Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are we doing? How are you, Haru?
I am doing good. Tired, but good.
I'm doing okay too. The power was out for like a couple hours, and that was annoying. Um,
hmm
Makes me a little glad that Dragon Quest was canceled today because otherwise I would have cut out right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, it's back now, obviously. Um,
Yeah.
we're gonna play a little bit, just a bit of Fire Emblem 3 houses.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem
I love
3
this game.
houses.
Subtitle: Houses. The housing crisis has taken a
we have to
turn.
defeat the House Empire.
It results in like a full-on civil war. It's
We're
not pretty, but
we're gonna execute every landlord. This is a
yep.
joke. I am joking. We are joking. Legally, we are joking.
For legal purposes, this is a funny fun.
This is satire. I am a clown dressed as a vampire. Whoa, is that famous
That's just a
VTuber Haru Hayes?
yeah. I'm here in chat too. But no, it's actually a harmful stereotype that all clowns have to dress up in that clown outfit.
True.
It's not actually true.
True, 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 true. So yeah,
Some of them dress up as politicians.
this is FriGay Nights, our bi-weekly series, where we do things together because we're gay and it's
Emphasis
Friday.
on bi.
Oh boy.
But yeah, Friday nights. I
FriGay
love it.
Nights. Still hard to
I'm happy
say.
to be here. Yeah,
It's getting
maybe
better.
we'll get there.
It's getting
Mhm.
better. Uh yeah, we're playing Fire Emblem Three Houses, so I'm gonna be streaming from my Switch for like the second time ever.
We'll
Uh
get more practice with this series.
yeah, yeah. Uh are you ready to go? You ready to go? You got anything else
I
to say?
am re I've never been more ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye aye, Captain.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's go. We're gonna. Can you hear my controller buzzing with excitement?
I can. Uh,
I don't know what it is. The main menu of Fire Emblem Three Houses makes my controller go
hmm.
absolutely bananas.
Oh, it has been a while since I've heard this music. I don't think I've touched the game in like a year.
That's fair. I'm gonna wait a little bit so we can see the opening song.
Yeah, I love the opening song.
I
I
don't
love the
remember if it
music in this
plays when you
game. I
start the
love
game.
this game.
This game is good.
Yeah.
No matter what Lachesis says.
Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, here we go.
Here it is. Some anime ass opening.
hmm
I'm probably gonna get a copyright claim on this one, but
Yeah.
I need drums that sound like this.
Oh yeah. Uh,
Oh god.
just this moment lost in time. I am Claude is the
Controller
reason I'm not allowed to call myself a lesbian.
controller still vibrating by the way. So the lyrics in the English version are a little awkwardly translated. That's the only thing I'll say.
Yeah, I prefer the Japanese version.
Now, the one for Fates, I do like the English version a lot, actually. I don't know if you've played Fates.
I have not. Three Houses is the only one that I've played, not including the first Warriors game and Heroes.
So you've only played the worst Fire Emblem games of the modern era?
Yeah, because I never had... the last handheld Nintendo console I owned was a Game Boy Advance.
Okay.
And back in those days, I didn't do, like, RPGs and stuff.
That's fair. I'm always an advocate for playing the lowest difficulty possible.
Yeah.
Maddening. No.
Turn this game into Dark Souls.
Casual or classic? What is your preferred?
I usually play classic mode, but like, I don't know. Casual, I guess, lets us make riskier moves and makes it so
classic usually, or casual. I mean,
yeah, and also like we don't have to like think so hard about making sure we don't end up making a huge mistake and having to rewind time every single time.
And you also have to account
which is
for the
what
fact
happens
that we are
when
streaming.
I play. Yeah. So let's go with casual.
All right. Now in Fates, there was a thing called Phoenix mode. Connect to the network and play online. Do we dare?
I don't think
we can actually. I just realized this is on a separate account from my main account, so there's no Nintendo Online. And I think you need to have the online subscription.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Opening cutscene.
Yeah, Fire Emblem Fates had one called Phoenix mode, where the units would get right back up after they died, which was a little silly.
Yeah. Did that only happen once?
My controller is still vibrating.
Each time they died? Wow. Did that only happen, like, every time they died, like, once? Time. Or just every time, every single time?
Every single time.
That's...
Okay, I had to unplug my controller. Now it's, it's still connected.
I wondered.
It's got like a light rumble I could feel, but not nearly as strong.
That's good. Oh, I love Fire Emblem. Like, when I was playing through this game for the first time, and that's what this cutscene is what I was met with. I was just like, oh my god, this is gonna be a great game, and it turned out to be a great game, but it also turned out to take like 100 hours for a single playthrough. It's a great game, but a long game. But it sends me chills. And I was like obsessed with the lore too. There's a lot of like stuff in the background that's not immediately mentioned up front, and you kind of have to learn it over the course of multiple playthroughs.
Yeah. Make a quick adjustment to the volume. I think it might be a little loud.
Do you recall the Red Canyon? You'll die. 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 You took everything that I loved. He's gone now, Mother.
That face when you don't know. That face when you know. It's just a normal sword, right?
Mm-hmm. Whoa, a child.
Oh my. What could have brought you here?
Character creation time.
I wonder how you got in here. It is most rude to interrupt a moment of repose. Very rude indeed. Now come to me. I wish to have a look at you.
That face when she wants to have a look at you.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Phenobilith.
Fabilith.
I
Fabilith.
have not seen the likes of you before. Who are you anyway?
I'm a
Fire
ghost.
Emblem woke houses.
I'm a ghost.
Do not deceive.
Ghost
You would do
VTuber?
well to keep your wit in line.
I'm immortal?
I see. Then you must have a name of sorts. Go on.
Get out of here. No. No. I hit the button too many times. Let's go.
Index. Image. Iago. Yambic.
Iago.
Lamb.
My favorite Shakespeare villain.
I shall not ever grow accustomed to the sound of human names.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
You must possess a day of birth as well. Beneath which moon and on what day were you born to this world?
The cool one. Why is my controller vibrating? Nothing is happening.
Well, wonders never cease. It seems we share our day of birth. How strange.
Sus.
It all feels so
Amogus.
familiar. I think it may be time for yet another nap.
Mood.
It is almost time to begin.
Why not? Sabrina.
Hello, Sabrina.
Hey, time to wake up.
No.
You having that dream again?
No.
It's museum day.
I was dreaming about a young girl.
You've described her to me before. I don't think I've ever met anyone like that.
Can I turn the rumble off? What the fuck is going on? Oops. That's not it. That turned it off. All right.
In any
Yay.
case, just put that out of your mind for now. A battlefield is no place for idle thoughts.
What about very working thoughts, like a working man thought?
Risking your life is part of the job for mercenaries like us. Letting your mind wander is a sure way to get yourself killed.
I'm fine.
Love those
Okay, time
exposition
to get
lines,
moving.
like
Our
mercenaries,
next job
like
is in the
us.
kingdom.
You know, the thing that you and I are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello there,
Told you
my
before,
brother.
It's far from here, so we'll need to leave
How
at
are
dawn.
you, father?
Of course.
My dear father that I haven't seen in
Good
10
grief.
years.
Everyone is already waiting for us outside.
Gerald, sir, sorry to barge in, but your presence is needed.
What's happened?
What's happening?
Please forgive our intrusion.
Ah,
We
yeah,
wouldn't bother
this
you with
is
a
happening.
situation not dire.
What do a bunch of kids like you want at this
Dimitri.
hour?
We're being pursued by a group of bandits. I can only hope that you will be so kind as to lend your support.
Bandits? Here?
Bandits.
It's true. They attacked us while we were at rest in our camp.
Edgelord.
We're separated from our companions and we're out.
Claude.
They're after our lives, not to mention our gold.
That's rude. You can't just call people Claude.
I'm impressed you're staying so calm considering the situation. Wait, that uniform.
Bandits spotted just outside the village. Damn, there are a lot of them.
I always love how they cuss in Fire Emblem. They're always just like, damn.
Yeah.
I guess they followed you all the way here. We can't abandon this village now. Come on, let's move. Hope you're ready.
Okay, no, there's still a little bit of rumble going on. I've reduced the rumble, but not turned it off.
Weird.
I don't understand what is going on with the rumble in my controller, in my third-party Nintendo controller. You're going backwards,
Yeah,
Violet.
I never had that issue.
Wrong way.
An inevitable encounter. When the encounter is inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take care of those thieves before they overrun the village.
Nah, I'm fine.
Take down the enemies in front first. That should take the wind out of their sails.
Select a unit, then move it next to an enemy. While your unit is next to an enemy, the command window will open. To attack, select the attack command and choose a weapon.
Do you understand how to play the game?
I don't know. Maybe I'll need 2 more tutorials. Okay. This is getting on my nerves. The controller.
RIP.
Bows can attack from long range, although their hit rate is reduced as range increases. They are highly effective against flyers like Pegasus Knights and Wyvern Riders.
Ready and willing.
Attack! Kill him! By the way, for those of you in chat, let us know if the volume is good.
Yeah.
A weapon will break when repeated use brings its durability to 0.
Draw your last pathetic card so I
Kratos
can
Wrath
end this, Yugi.
654. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Yo, it's Kratos. Hello.
Volume is great. Awesome. You can fight with a broken weapon, but your might and hit rate will be reduced and enemies will make follow-up attacks more easily. Be careful with your weapons, you cannot repair them mid-battle. I hate that they brought back weapon durability for this game.
Mm-hmm.
Stay focused.
Like, my experience with playing this game with the durability in mind is just,
Because of you guys that I'm
I
not
tend
dead
to
right
use
now.
the worst weapons
Thanks for
because
that.
those have more
I didn't
durability.
expect to run into mercenaries like you in some remote village. The gods of fortune must be smiling on me.
I just want to
Relationship
use,
up.
like, the... Yeah. Me whenever I talk to you. I just want to use, like, the cool god weapons or whatever you get in the game. But no, they only last for, like, 10 hits each.
Yeah. Use the battle menu to create bookmark saves, view tutorial guides, and more. To access it, press the A button when the cursor is on a space without an active unit. We're teaching chat how to play the game. Once all your units
I
have taken
never use
action,
that menu.
the player phase ends and the enemy phase begins. You can end the player phase by...
Chat, you paying attention? You'll be quizzed later.
Oh wait, actually no. We'll move Edelgard next to Byleth so we can get a
You
chat.
have a strange aura about you. You say
So do
you're
you.
a mercenary, so show me what you can do.
She's gay.
I'll cut through. Thank you. We are in your debt. It wouldn't do for us to fall in a place like this. Please, lend us your strength. Let's work together to drive out these thieves.
Oh, I love this theme.
We'll advance while
Yeah.
protecting ourselves from the enemy. Take up position inside the forest.
Certain terrain will have effects of the unit occupying it. Forest, for instance, raise a unit's evasion and defense. Move your units to advantageous terrain and prepare to meet the enemy. Claude, you need to be able to move more. Get your horse already. Edelgard over here with a fucking wood axe.
Yeah.
Getting ready to chop some wood.
So we were talking about casual versus classic mode earlier. My first ever playthrough was, well, I just always play in classic usually, but my first ever playthrough I did the Blue Lions route, and post time skip, I ended up losing Gilbert, I think his name is, in the battle. And, like, but he was still there in the plot, and so I'm like, oh, it's actually just fine.
Yes, good. If
but
we're in the forest,
I couldn't use him ever again.
Without losing the advantage.
I guess that's just how they deal with the fact that, like, this character is still necessary for the plot to continue, but you've screwed it over.
Yeah. Forests are not the only type of terrain you'll encounter. Keep an eye out for other types, such as thickets and heel tiles, which are different from reptiles, by the way. You can see the effect of terrain placing your cursor over it, press the X button. Alright. We will forest it up, and then we'll have Claude come close for bow. I do love the animations in this game.
Yeah.
The battle animations are very nice. With like the extra guys jumping around in the background like fucking Power Rangers. It's so funny.
Yep.
This is a fine opportunity.
Yeah.
Use the combat arts I taught you.
Combat arts time.
Combat arts are powerful techniques that use more weapon durability than usual. They do not typically allow for follow-up attacks. Units learn new combat arts when their weapon skill levels go up. There are no combat arts for reason or faith. Those skills grant magic instead.
Yeah, like, this game has so much going for it that is just, like, made for me. Because it's, like, it's a strategy game. I love strategy games. It's anime and has a very anime plot, which I love.
You even kill God.
Yeah, it's got gay characters, and it's just got such a good story.
They got rid of the weapon triangle for this game, didn't they?
Yeah, they changed it into like something a little bit different. Like, it still kind of vaguely exists, but it's something you opt into, and it's not as powerful as it used to be.
Oh, shit. Did not mean to do that. I meant to do this. Combat arts. Curve shot. Oh, actually, we could. I forgot that the combat arts allows you to do like an extra range. I don't think it's necessary, though. Let's just do it. We're just gonna kill this guy.
Or leave him at 5 health.
Oh, well, no, I mean, we're gonna kill this guy right now.
Yeah.
You never had a chance.
Select the items option to change your equipped weapons or to use items such as Vulnerary, which restores your unit's hit points. When you don't want to call it a potion.
Damn, why are there mercenaries in the village? Guess we'll have to deal with them too.
Geralt has finally decided to join the fight.
An ally is nearby, and the enemy will be intimidated, making them easier to hit.
Linked attacks. When you attack an enemy, link of fire, get used to
Did you catch that, chat?
Hey, you with the blank stare! Out of my way!
Who, me?
Yeah!
This guy's name is Costas. He's either Costas of Fortune.
What the? Aren't you Gerald the Blade Breaker? Well, what's a renowned mercenary like you doing here?
I'm the one who should be complaining. I'm caught up in the mess you started.
True. And he will
Love
murder you
those
for it.
mid-fight. Love those mid-fight quips.
And then he gets to run away. Horses. Horses.
Horses are good.
Okay, Edelgard come in from the back. So I can come in from the front.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you where you stand.
I don't think so.
Oh, whoa. Edelgard from the back and you in the front, you say. Cutscene. Game over.
Boop, 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 boop. All right, see you, everyone. I'll catch you in the next one.
What's our next series gonna be?
I don't know. Why do our sleeves move the way they move?
Yeah, they have really weird physics.
It's like you're trying to get me killed, you fool. Well, it's fine. After all, if you don't know the value of your own life, you're not going to protect it very well, are you? Course not. Well then, I guess it's up to me to guide you from now on, right? You can call me Sothis, but I'm also known as the Beginning.
That's a funny name.
So this is how I die.
Sothis. Yes, that is it. My name is Sothis. And I am also called the Beginning. But who once called me that?
Sothis?
I was not able to recall my name until just now. And just like that, it came to me. How odd. That look upon your face. Did you think me a child? A mere child who forgot her own name? Phooey! That child just saved your life. And what does that make you?
A child.
And baby.
I am no child?
Such arrogance. You look the part, but are you truly an adult?
Yeah, I saved a person.
You threw yourself before an axe to save just one young girl. Yet all is well, as I have stalled the flow of time for now. You would have died had I not intervened.
Thank you.
There now. Is gratitude so much to ask? I did deem you worth saving after all. Though it is only momentary, time has stopped. However did I manage that?
What will happen when
button.
time resumes?
When time begins again, the axe will tear into your flesh and you will surely meet your end.
Cool.
How rude of you to drag me into this. Now what to do?
Turn back the hands of time.
Of course. I must turn back the hands of time.
Simple as.
Yes, I do believe it can be done. You really are quite troublesome.
We're gonna get a take-back scene.
I cannot wind back time too far, but all is well. You are aware of what's to come, which means you can protect yourself this time.
It's the plot of Life is Strange.
Now go! Yes, you who bears the flames within. Drift through the flow of time to find the answers that you seek.
What answers am I seeking? There we go, much smarter.
Hey, over here!
Huh?
We're here too.
Hey, did you just...
Stop the flow of time and then redo it? Yeah.
The Knights of Seros
You know,
are
just
here.
like I do every
We'll
Sunday.
cut you down for terrorizing our students.
Oh god, I forgot about this guy.
Hey, the thieves are running away.
Aloys.
Go after them.
Alois.
Aloys.
The students seem to be unharmed. And who's this?
Why him?
Stage complete. A skirmish at dawn. MVP is Edelgard.
Yay!
Save Ronnie.
Captain Gerald? It is you! Goodness, it's been ages! Don't you recognize me? It's Alois, your old right-hand man! Well, that's how I always thought of myself anyway.
This guy doesn't know how to pronounce his own name. Learn some French.
It must have been 20 years ago that you went missing without a trace. I always knew you were still alive.
You haven't changed a bit, Alois. Just as loud as ever. And drop that captain nonsense. I'm not your captain anymore.
Unless...
These days, I'm just a wandering mercenary. One who has work to do. Goodbye, old friend.
Right. Goodbye, Captain. Wait, that isn't how this ends. I insist that you return to the monastery with me.
Could have been a completely different
Very
story
wrong,
if you just let
honestly.
that happen.
I suppose this was inevitable.
And how about you, kid? Are you the captain's child?
That is correct.
Is that so? Well, physical differences aside, your mannerisms do remind me of the captain. I'd love for you to see the monastery too. You will join me, won't you?
No.
What's troubling you, Captain? You aren't about to run off again, are you?
Maybe. Maybe I am.
Even
What you gonna
I
do about
wouldn't
it?
dare run from the Knights of Seros.
The Knights of Seros? They do seem rather skilled.
Get out of my head, little child.
Ah, it seems your presence is required. Get going.
All
Yeah,
right, strange
Kratos.
child.
They got like good voice actors in this game.
They spent money.
I appreciate your help back
Yeah.
there. Your skill is beyond question. You're clearly an experienced mercenary. And your father, that would be Gerald, the Bladebreaker? Former captain of the Knights of Seros, oft praised as the strongest knight to ever live. Have I missed anything?
Yes. I didn't know he was captain.
How curious. I'd wager the explanation for that is fascinating indeed.
I like the facial expression here. She's just like,
Hey,
you didn't?
Yeah.
you are coming with us to the monastery, right? Of course you are. I'd love to bend your ear as we travel. Oh, I should mention that the three of us are students of the Officers Academy at Garrigmach Monastery. We were doing some training exercises when those bandits attacked. I definitely got the worst of it.
That would be because you ran off.
Ooh.
Too true. I was the first to make a strategic retreat. Everything would have worked
Fun
out
fact,
if
this
these two
game
hadn't
is-
followed me and ruined everything.
This game is my first ever teaching experience.
Because of them, every single one of those bandits chased after us. Utterly ridiculous.
Ah, so that's what you were thinking, Claude. And here I thought you were acting as a decoy for the sake of us all.
His intentions were as clear as day. You will prove a lacking ruler if you cannot see the truth behind a person's words.
You will prove a lacking ruler yourself if you look for deceit behind every word and fail to trust those whom you rely on.
Oh, joy. A royal debate between their highnesses. I wonder how being completely predictable affects one's ability to wield power.
Those are actually
Personally, as
ironic
the
statements
embodiment
from both of them.
distrust, I'd say your little exchange smacks of naivete.
True.
Me, naive. Tell me, are you actually incapable of keeping quiet, or is your lack of self-awareness a condition of some sort?
In any case, forgive our digression. I must speak with you if you can spare a moment. The way you held your ground against the bandits' leader was captivating. You never lost control of the situation. It showed me I still have much to learn.
Your skill is precisely why I must ask you to consider lending your services to the Empire. I might as well tell you now, I am no mere student. I am also the Adrestian Empire's...
Halt, Edelgard. Please allow me to finish my own proposition. The
No.
Holy Kingdom of Fargus is in dire need of exceptional individuals like yourself.
Fargus.
Please,
Fargo.
do consider returning to the kingdom with me.
Whoa there, you two sure are hasty. Trying to recruit someone you just met. Tactless, really. I was personally planning to develop a deep and lasting friendship on our journey back to the monastery before begging for favors. But it seems there's no time for niceties in this world. So, capable stranger, let's get right to it. Where does your allegiance lie?
I am my own man.
It seems one's place of birth is quite significant to them. Yet they are so impressed by you that you may take your pick. Well,
All right. So what are we thinking, Haru?
So, this isn't the actual decision
Yeah.
currently. However, so, as I mentioned before, my first ever playthrough was Blue Lions, and some of my favorite characters are in that house. The Golden Deer has a really fascinating story, however, and it has Claude, and yeah.
And the Adrestian Empire has Edelgard. And I don't need to say
Yeah.
anything else. However, I am currently in the process of doing an Edelgard run in my own time.
Yeah.
Now, picking Adrestian Empire also opens up a fourth option.
Yeah, it's the church option, and that's the one that I actually haven't played through yet.
I've not played through any of them except for the Edelgard one that I'm still partway through.
Sabrina seems to think Claude.
I think I was leaning towards Claude myself.
Then let's go the Claude route.
All right, let's go the closest thing to a democracy in this world.
Is
Yeah,
that right?
we're gonna
Well,
solve
that's a win for the
racism.
Alliance, so I suppose I'm obligated to be happy.
Shut the fuck up!
All right, that's enough with the small talk. It's time to head back to the monastery.
Looks like we'll have to pick this up another time.
Nah, I don't think we will.
my, they are in such a hurry. You know, each of the three is most unique.
Claude. His easy smile is striking. But that smile doesn't reach his eyes. Edelgard. She's a refined young woman, but I feel as though she is always evaluating me. Dimitri? He seems quite sincere, but I sense darkness lurking beneath.
Yes, I thought the same. I am so sleepy once again. I may be sleeping, but
Sothis has a case of sleepy bitch disease.
Yeah.
Part 1. White Clouds.
Oh,
Great
yeah, audiobook
Tree
time.
Moon. 3 houses.
Like, they literally got some sort of fucking
The
audiobook
icy
guy.
winds of the Agma Mountains have begun to scatter, and the verdant fields once again spring to life across Fodlan, heralding the start of a new year. As they celebrate the dawning year, the people pray that they may realize their full potential, just as a tiny sprout hopes to one day grow into a great tree.
Like, it just feels so audiobooky. It feels like
The
they
continent
really got
of Fodlan,
an audiobook
said
guy
to be
it.
protected by a revered goddess, has existed since time immemorial. 3 ruling powers now control the land. In the south lies a region long held by a more than 1,000-year-old dynasty, the Adrestian Empire. Beyond its borders, to the frigid north, is the home of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, ruled by the royal family and its knights. To the east, a league of nobles that heeds no king nor emperor rules what is called the Leicester Alliance. Once consumed by a tempest of war and turmoil, Fodlan and these 3 mighty powers now exist in relative harmony.
I love relative harmony.
That forest is so pretty.
This will be your first time at the monastery. I'd be happy to show you around.
It really is Fodlan in a nutshell. The good and the bad.
Like it or not, we'll be there soon enough.
We just stare at everyone. Quit looking at me with those big old eyes.
There it is. Garrick Mach Monastery.
So pretty. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Orbs. Orb school.
Orb.
Orbs.
Orb.
Jesus.
MILF alert.
Ray is here.
Ray.
I wonder, did the flow of time bring you here?
We will literally stare at anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Give them the fish face.
It's been years since I've last set eyes on this place. To be forced
There's
to
not a
see her
single
now.
thought behind those eyes.
Her?
You saw her in the courtyard earlier, didn't you? The Archbishop, Lady Rhea.
Lady Rhea?
As you know, the majority of folks in Fodlan are devout
well
followers of the teachings of Seros. The leader of that ridiculously large religious organization is the Archbishop, Lady Rhea.
Thank you for your patience, Gerald. My name is Seteth. I am an advisor to the Archbishop.
Right. Hello.
It has been a long time, Gerald. I wonder, was it the will of the goddess that we have another chance meeting like this?
Nah, I don't think so.
Forgive my silence all these years. Much has happened since we last spoke.
So I see. The miracle of fatherhood has blessed you. That is your child, is it not?
Yes. Born many years after I left this place. I wish I could introduce you to the mother of my child, but I'm afraid we lost her to illness.
I see. My condolences. As for you, I heard of your valiant efforts from Alois. What is your name?
Are you gonna mispronounce my name like you do his?
A fine name indeed.
Ah,
From
Lane.
the bottom of my heart, I thank you for saving those students of the Officers' Academy.
The Empire Lane.
Gerald, you already know what it is I wish to say, do you not?
You want me to rejoin the Knights of Seros, don't you? I won't say no, but...
Your apprehension stings. I had expected that Alois would have already asked this of you.
Yeah, but we don't take him seriously.
I must step away for now, but I expect they will desire a word with you soon. Please listen carefully to what they have to say.
Piano's going off.
Until tomorrow, farewell.
Oh boy,
I can't believe it. Forced back into the Knights of Seros.
Rip Gerald.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Looks like I'll be stuck here for a while.
You got
I'm afraid your
conscripted.
services are requested as well.
I must work here? As a servant? Doing everything Lady Rhea asks?
Maid outfit Byleth?
As a mercenary?
Nothing like that. They want you to teach, by the sound of it. You heard those brats earlier talking about the Officers' Academy, right? Well, the Academy just happens to be short a professor.
That's convenient.
And apparently that damned Alois went and recommended you to Lady Rhea.
So, you must be the new professor. My, how stern and handsome you are.
Oh, hey.
The dude just literally recommended the first person he met as a teacher. He knows nothing about us. We have no teaching experience. He's just like, yeah, she'd probably be fine.
No. I'm not the one you're looking for. You can handle things from here. Good luck. And watch out for Lady Rhea.
Dun dun dun.
I don't know what she's thinking making you a professor like this. She may be up to something. Stay on your guard.
Sus.
Oh,
Amogus.
it's you then? So young.
Competence and age are not necessarily correlated, as you well know.
I forgot this guy's voice is just like the most.
I am Hanneman, a Crest Scholar and Professor at the Officers' Academy.
Just the most.
Yeah.
I wonder if you bear a crest of your own. When next you have a moment to spare, I insist that you pay me a visit so we can delve into the subject further.
I'm
Will you
Manuela.
allow me to
I'm a
experiment on
professor,
you?
A physician, a songstress, and available. It's nice to meet you.
MILF.
Hi. Nice to meet you too. You're a physician?
I look too pretty for that line of work, do I?
Sure.
But yes, when I'm not teaching, I can be found in the infirmary. If you're ever lonely, please do come and pay me a visit. I would love to.
Spare our
Censor what she was gonna say.
Chatter, Manuela.
I forgot how much she is on right at the very moment.
Yeah.
Stop it, Heinemann. Getting in my way.
Now then, it seems you'll be taking charge of one of the Academy's 3 houses. I expect you haven't yet been briefed on the nature of each, have you?
Do you really not know? Fine. I'll do you a favor and explain. The Officers' Academy is comprised of 3 houses of students, each of which is closely affiliated with its region of origin. The Black Eagle House is for students from the Adrestian Empire.
Yeah, see, they say it's closely affiliated, but it's literally just segregated until you start recruiting other children.
Yeah.
Their house leader this year is Edelgard, the Imperial Princess, who is in line to be the next Emperor.
The Blue Lion House is for students from the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. Their house leader this year is Prince Dimitri. He is to be the next king of Fargus.
Lastly, there is the Golden Deer House, which is for students of the Leicester Alliance. Their house leader is Claude, grandson to Duke Regan, the leader of the Alliance.
To think that the next Emperor, King, and Sovereign Duke are all here. It certainly is a promising year for the Academy.
To think.
I'll say, I just hope none of those little treasures cause any trouble.
Quite. For now, I suggest taking a stroll around the Academy to get your bearings. And when you've a moment, please stop by my research laboratory.
The old man has a point. Oh,
So I can probe
and keep in
you.
mind that I've only notified the house leaders that you're our new professor. It's more fun that way.
Why?
I suggest you try spending
Yeah.
time with the students. Some odd ducks in that bunch, but they're good kids. I'm sure Lady Rhea will have more information for you tomorrow, but that should get you going. Good luck. You'll need it.
What does that mean?
Have you no intention of changing your mind, Rhea? Appointing a stranger, a child no less, as a professor at our esteemed academy is...
I have made my decision, Sedith. I know worrying comes naturally to you, but there is truly no need. That stranger is Gerald's flesh and blood, after all.
Sabrina, in some cases that would be true, but in some empires, the Empress is actually a very specific designation that is separate from the Emperor. Like, as in, like, the person who is Empress is not necessarily the person who is married to the Emperor. Sometimes it's the mother or something like that. So, like, in this instance, there is only one title, and that is Emperor. And maybe there's an Empress title that the mother of Edelgard holds, or something like that. But Edelgard, as being the next in line for the throne, would be Emperor.
I can't say that's all too comforting. How trustworthy is this Geralt character? Is he not the man who went missing after the Great Fire 21 years ago?
A good example of this is China, which had the Dowager Empress, who was not related to anyone else in charge. Or it was, like, related, but was, like, several generations removed from the people who were in charge of the country. And then, like, a republic comes in, but she still has like major sway over decision making, even though the Emperor is kind of removed from the picture, and the Dowager Empress just uniquely has power. It's really weird.
Yeah.
She was not a very well liked person.
I would remind you that Flame is now here with us as well. I beg of you, please consider whether this is an unnecessary risk.
Sedith, they have my trust. Let that be enough for you as well. More importantly, I have received a report from Shamir. I am increasingly concerned about a matter regarding our suspicious individual. We cannot ignore those who harbor ill will toward the church, especially if they are frequenting Garrick Mach.
Yes, that matter is of great importance as well. I shall continue my investigation. Rhea, for now I will have faith that you are placing your trust with the utmost care. I pray that nothing occurs to shake that confidence.
Just remembering that I am literally just Byleth, because we have very similar hair color. I think her eyes are also purple.
Disco dancing.
And like we're both related to a goddess in some way. We're the exact same.
It's the same picture.
We're both gay.
You both like to stare at people with unblinking eyes.
Mm-hmm. We both just have the Wii shop music playing in our head at all times.
There is one difference, and that's that Byleth dresses like she's going to the club every day.
Yeah. She puts so much effort into that outfit.
God damn. And it just shows off so much.
Mm-hmm. Time to meet all the characters.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do our best to steal as many of these characters as possible.
Mm-hmm. Gay.
Gay. Gay.
We
gay.
have to have them.
Gay,
we have to have them.
Gay. 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 Oh, extremely gay.
Homosexual.
This guy's straight, though.
Yeah. He's like the one straight friend in the group who's friends with all the gays.
And he's gonna be trans in a couple of years.
Yep. He's an egg.
Yeah, the hairstyles in this game are incredible.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Exploring.
It's an open world game? What?
It's a video game?
Well, no, it's not really open world, but you can walk around and explore and interact with things.
I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit, because the music has been extremely loud this entire time.
Yeah.
There we go. Rumble off. Oh my god.
There you go.
There. That fixes it. Peace at last.
Oh, hey, it's your birthday.
Oh shit. I was born today.
Yeah.
I assume you are already aware that you will be teaching here at the Officers Academy, correct?
No.
To start, please speak with the 3 house leaders. You should also take a look around the academy and acquaint yourself with your new home. That is your first task here at the monastery. Please let me know if you accept it. Once you have finished, come and speak with me. May I ask a favor of you?
Declined. Yeah, task. It's just the most basic bullshit. All right.
You there?
Ooh, hello, frames. Getting a little framey.
Yeah, the monastery.
I imagine you were a bit surprised that I recommended you as a professor here.
Especially in some areas, it tanks a frame rate.
That's a bit of an understatement, Alloy.
Frankly, we had someone else in mind for the role, but they ran off during our dust-up with the bandits.
Ah, so this is just
someone who's
you.
abandoned them once before, huh?
Huh?
This is basically like he didn't even care to recommend you. He was just like, well, we went to recommend someone else, but the other person wasn't there, and I don't feel like coming back empty-handed.
You saved the lives of the students you came across. That, at least, was admirable.
You should shave.
Now you should make the rounds. Go around the monastery and see that you greet everyone.
Fuck you. Fuck you, shave.
I do have to say, going over that cutscene with all the students reminded me of how I love every single one of the students in the Blue Lions. Unlike the other 2 houses, which always have like 1 or 2 characters that just kinda don't really click with me.
That's fair. Mini map. Mini mappin'.
And the map is mini.
Bogo's binted. Thanks for that. Spotted Edelgard. Edelgard detected. Wow, 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 wow.
So, you've accepted a teaching position here. Pity. I was hoping you would lend your strength to the Empire.
Education first.
I never properly introduced myself, did I? My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg.
Hresvelg.
I am the princess and heir apparent of the Adrestian Empire. I wonder if you'll be tasked with leading the Black Eagles.
Only if I want to.
I hope you've had a chance to meet everyone. Would you like to know more about any of the Black Eagles?
Yes. Yourself.
Me? Well, some think I'm a bit distant. Arrogant, even. But there's little to be done. One day, I must rise to become Adrestia's next emperor.
Can I steal your outfit?
What else? Well, it seems to me that we may have similar personalities.
We both like to stare blankly at people until they give us what they want.
Yep.
Hubert?
Hubert is the heir of Marquis Vestra. He has served me since I was a child. You may think his blood runs a bit cold, but actually that's rather accurate. Still, if you can get past that, you'll see he's quite astute and reasonable.
Ferdinand?
For some reason, he thinks of me as a bitter rival and is always trying to challenge me. It's terribly irritating.
Wait, Sabrina, you don't like Edelgard?
Huh.
I find that surprising. Now, don't get me wrong. Von Karma's good.
His house is that of Duke Ire, which produces Adrestia's prime ministers. That family is, perhaps, too pleased with its own status.
Don't like Edelgard. Huh. Interesting.
Weird. I mean, fair.
He's remarkably intelligent, but he only wishes to apply himself to tasks that particularly interest him, and nothing else. He's also fond of, well, napping.
Who isn't?
If he had any work ethic or sense of duty to speak of, I suppose he would be destined to become an official of the Empire.
Caspar?
He's the second son of Count Bergliez. He has no inheritance in his future, which is perhaps why he's always so eager to prove himself.
And why he sucks in combat.
He's overly energetic and rushes headfirst into any battle. If he ends up in your care, be sure to keep a close eye on him.
Bernadetta!
She's Count Varley's only daughter. I suppose you could say she's a bit eccentric, but she seems like a gentle soul. I believe she's shut herself away in her quarters and doesn't care to leave, but don't worry, I'll make sure she finds her way to class.
Oh yeah?
Must protect at all costs.
Dorothea.
Few commoners have joined the Black Eagle House, but Dorothea is an exception. She's a songstress from a famous opera company in the Empire. I'm not entirely sure what brought her to the Officers' Academy.
Now, did you hear Edelgard's tone of voice when talking about Dorothea? She is clearly gay.
And Petra. Oh, I love Petra.
To the west of Fodlan is an archipelago called Brigid. Petra is the granddaughter of their king. Brigid is a vassal state of the Empire, which is how she came to be enrolled here. She's incredibly smart and studious.
So many good characters in Black Eagles.
Truly.
Caspar is
you've
my least
accepted a
favorite,
teaching.
though.
I never properly introduced I am the. I wonder if. I hope you've had a chance to meet everyone. Would you like to know?
Nope. Okay. It's just gonna stay there until we do the other ones, huh? Oh hey.
I will say,
You must be the new professor. What a pleasure.
it's the gatekeeper.
Did you know that this guy is in Fire Emblem Heroes?
He is.
As for me, my job is to stand here at this glorious entrance and leisurely watch over the comings and goings of everyone. Make folks smile, you know? And by that, I mean, to vigilantly guard this entrance with my very life. No levity whatsoever. As of now, nothing to report.
He is the MVP. But yeah, I will say, like, Sabrina... So my first ever playthrough of Three Houses was with the Blue Lions, and in that route, Edelgard is just, like, purely despised and completely cast as just, like, a complete villain.
Why can I not go through here? There's plenty of space.
Yeah, I don't know, that guard is just refusing to budge. But yeah, like, after my first ever playthrough, I was like, how could anyone like Edelgard? I see a lot of people simping for her, but she's just a bad guy.
Edelgard route is pure Edelgard propaganda, and I love it.
Yeah.
Cat, 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 kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat. There's so many cats. Look at this chonker over here. Look at this chonker.
If you have the DLC for the game, you can feed the cats.
Yeah, I do not. Hello. I do not have it.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about getting it before this stream, but obviously I did not.
This is the classroom of the Black Eagles, which is for students from the Adrestian Empire. Our house leader is Princess Edelgard. There are many other nobles among our ranks as well.
Did somebody just hand you the sheet?
I am Hubert, a humble servant of Lady Edelgard. I heard you came to the aid of Her Highness. You have my most sincere thanks. This is Petra. She has come all the way from Brigid to study in the Empire. Back on her archipelago, she is actually a princess. In Fodlan terms, she would be called heir to the throne.
Hello, I am called Petra. I am pleased to be meeting with... I am pleased to have met you.
Petra is a doll.
Alright, you two losers.
You saved Edelgard? That's incredible. The name's Caspar, by the way. Pleased to meet you.
Caspar, the friendly ghost.
Linhard, goodbye.
Sheesh, Linhard. How'd you get into the academy with those manners? So, are you a student here too? Maybe we'll be in the same class.
Oh, yeah.
Fun little fact with the mention of Casper. The voice actor for Casper in, like, one of the movies actually followed me on Twitter once. It wasn't my current Twitter account. It was my old Twitter account that I don't use anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, like, my biggest claim to fame was I got a follow from Casper.
Weird.
Well now, you don't have a familiar face. What brings you here?
Recruiting.
Oh, my name is Dorothea. Before I joined the academy, I was a member of an opera company in the Empire. You should hear me sing sometime.
Yes, please serenade me.
Bernadetta.
What? I don't talk to strangers.
Bernadetta, this is no stranger. Our house leader owes this person a great debt. Is that not right? I am Ferdinand von Eyre, legitimate son of the Eyre family, the Empire's foremost house.
Definitely a
You said the
legitimate
thing.
son. Definitely legitimate.
You said the thing.
Are you going
I
to
am
join
Ferdinand
our class?
von
I
Eyre.
look forward to getting better acquainted with you.
For sure.
Hey!
You two shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Spotted dead away.
This classroom belongs to the Blue Lion House. Our house leader is Prince Dimitri. All of us here hail from the Holy Kingdom of Fargus.
Yeah. Shit sucks. Alright. You loser.
Well, it must be my lucky day today, being approached by such a beauty.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm Sylvain Jose Gautier. Feel free to say hi whenever you like.
You should pick a region your name comes from.
Yeah.
Hi there. You must be the one everyone's talking about.
My boy!
Great to meet you.
My boy!
I will
I
have
have
you.
two stickers of
This here is
I
Dedu.
have 2 stickers
He
of
serves
Ash
Prince
on my
Dimitri.
laptop right now.
Dedue, I cannot have you. This other boy, I shall have.
I have heard that you rescued His Highness. Words cannot express my gratitude. Should you ever require my strength, please know that I will hasten to repay this debt.
Dedu actually reminds me of one of the characters in what's that anime called? Full Metal Alchemist.
Ah.
I have heard all about what you did from Prince Dimitri. As a citizen of Fargus, I thank you.
He also said you're quite skilled, and he doesn't just say things like that. I look forward to sparring with you and beating you.
You won't.
Felix, must you always speak of fighting right away? Oh, and, you may call me Ingrid. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, Felix and Sylvain, I used to not like them. Like, I didn't get good first impressions off them, but they grew on me.
Yeah, I actually recruited Sylvain in my Edelgard run, so I actually do know what his deal is.
And who's this?
Yeah.
You don't look familiar at all. Do you work here at the monastery?
Oh,
My
Mercy.
first wife.
Do you think this is that mercenary people have been talking about?
And that is good.
Now that I think
Mercy.
That does sound like something Dimitri may have said. I suppose
Mercy
you'll be
is the
enrolling at
first
the
person
Officers
I
Academy
romanced.
Too, then? Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mercedes, and this is my best friend.
I'm Minette. It's nice to meet you.
Lesbians. Yeah, Mercy was the first person I romanced.
I really wish they hadn't gotten rid of the dating sim. Like, pair all the characters off to get more powerful, to get like powerful troops from them.
Mm-hmm.
The Golden Deer House is for students of the Leicester Alliance. Our house leader is heir to the Alliance's leadership, House Regan. We have plenty of other prominent nobles as well.
All right, let's see our students. Oh, this guy sucks.
Ah, you must be that renowned mercenary.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Perhaps you'd like to join me for a cup of tea sometime. My name is Lawrence Hellman Gloucester. You will want to remember it.
Again, pick a place that your name comes from and stick with it.
Hi.
So you're the skilled mercenary who saved Claude, are you?
Lysithia is good.
Oh,
This
you
nerd
are?
is
It's such an honor to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nerd.
Ignatz is kind of
My parents are Alliance
disappointing.
merchants.
And I am Lysithia von Ordelia. Please do not forget it.
Lysithia is great though, and she will absolutely murder the Dark Knight.
Are you someone's guest? The dining hall's that way, if that's what you're looking for.
No, Raphael. That's Captain Gerald's kid.
Leonie, though.
Hi,
Mhm.
I'm Leonie Pinelli, Captain Gerald's
I
first
can't
and
see her
greatest
behind
apprentice. I'm sure he's told you
the
about
bulk
me.
here.
Nice to meet you. I'm Raphael Kirsten. Who are you again?
When I first played through and like I was talking to people about this game, apparently people didn't really like Leonie, and I don't understand it.
Hey, are you that mercenary? Everyone's been talking about you. I'm Hilda Valentine Goneril, and her name is...
Marianne von Edmund.
Look at those circles. Look at
Yeah.
those circles on her eyes.
Are you joining the
Yeah.
Knights of Saros or something?
This is a
Well,
lady.
I look forward to seeing more of you.
This is a lady who stays up to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Also, Marianne must be protected at all costs.
Where the fuck is Dimitri?
Please accept my apologies for the other day. You came to our aid, yet I hadn't even the courtesy to properly introduce myself.
Shut the fuck up.
I am Dimitri Alexandra Blathid, Crown Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. Of course, at the Academy, I am simply a student. And I've heard word that you are to become a professor here.
Who told you this?
Delightful news. I still have much to learn, but I'm confident I could benefit greatly from your guidance. In any case, welcome to the monastery.
Too bad I won't be teaching you, Dimitri.
I hear you're investigating the different houses here. Did any of the blue lions catch your attention?
Not a one.
All of them.
You.
Me? Oh, please forgive me. It's difficult to open up on the spot, don't you think?
Maybe for a straight person.
True.
I'm afraid my story has not been a pleasant one. I do hope that doesn't color your view of me, but I understand if that can't be helped.
Hi, Morphe.
Morphe!
Hello.
Dedu.
Dedu was born in Dusker, and has been loyally working in my service for the past 4 years.
We're having a good time. Having a good night.
He's rather taciturn, but once you get to know him, you'll see he's a kind and good-natured young man.
Felix?
Felix is the heir to House Fraldarius. He has a bit of a sharp tongue, but don't let that fool you. Deep down, he's a good guy. He gravitates toward people who are skilled. Perhaps you would enjoy a friendly competition with him sometime.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Ash.
My boy.
He's the adoptive son of Lord Lonato of Castle Gaspar, but I hear he was born a commoner. He has an extremely earnest personality, so I'm certain he will approach your lectures with great enthusiasm.
He will once I steal him.
I just want to hug him and protect him and keep him in my pocket and just keep him safe from all the horrors of the world. And he's my boy. I must protect.
Ash has transmask energy.
Yeah, he does.
Sylvain is the heir to House Gautier. He is a capable person who highly values his friends. That said, well, he's always been a bit of a skirt chaser, so to speak. Pardon my bluntness. I speak with him about it often, but it doesn't seem to help.
It's not just the girl skirts he chases.
I hear she was born to imperial nobility, but a twist of fate brought her to the kingdom. She may seem carefree on the surface, but she's actually a kind soul who pays careful attention to everyone around her.
She, however, does have the soon-to-die anime mom side ponytail.
Hell yeah.
Annette is Baron Dominic's niece. She is a talented student who scored extremely high marks at the Royal School of Sorcery. She's cheerful and hardworking. Brilliant, really. Though she can be a bit oblivious at times. I hear she caused an explosion in the kitchen last night.
Annette is such a doll.
Ingrid is Count Galatia's daughter. She is also a childhood friend of Felix, Sylvain, and myself. She is diligent, industrious, and principled. In truth, she is more knightly than most knights you will ever meet.
Ingrid is the straight person who identifies as straight, but is very much questioning their sexuality.
All right, Claude.
Well, scored a teaching gig here, did you? Talk about a great first impression. I guess that means I'd better introduce myself properly. I'm Claude von Regan. I'm from the ruling house of the Leicester Alliance, but don't worry too much about all that madness. I'm guessing you don't know which class you'll be teaching yet, do you? I bet you'd like ours. We're not as difficult as the other two. Have you met the folks from the Golden Deer House yet? Care to know more about anyone?
Let's go. You.
Piqued your interest, have I? As luck would have it, I'm pretty curious about you as well. But what's life without a bit of mystery? Let's just spend the next year or so learning about each other little by little.
You're really good at dodging the question, huh?
Let's go on a tea drinking date, please.
He's the heir of Gloucester territory. If you haven't already picked up on it, he's a bit arrogant and fancies himself a ladies' man. That said, deep down, he's really devoted and honest. Though I wouldn't mind never hearing him talk about his noble obligations ever again.
He's, something.
He's also a couple inches shy of a real nose.
True.
It's too thin.
He comes from a merchant family, but his parents died in an accident. Seems like he's had a rough life.
You wouldn't know it by looking at him.
Despite all that, he's just about the most cheerful guy you'll ever meet. His passions are training, eating, and actually that's about it.
He likes punching things and working up an
He's the
appetite.
second son of a merchant family. Since his brother will inherit the business, he's training to become a knight. If you ask me, it doesn't seem like he truly wants to be a knight. He's probably just doing it to please his parents.
Ignatz is just an off-brand Ash.
Ignatz is wearing some high waters over here.
He is.
He's expecting a flood.
Yeah.
Lysithea is the daughter of Count Ordelia, and is probably the youngest student here. But watch out, she gets angry if you treat her like a child. As for me, I do it on purpose. You have to make your own fun in this place, you know?
Yeah, school is a prison.
Mm-hmm.
Marianne is Margrave Edmund's daughter, and that's pretty much all I know about her.
Do you know why she has dark rings around her eyes? Because, like, I dig it.
She doesn't interact much with other students, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of folks here have never even heard her speak.
Yeah, she has quite the story.
Hilda.
Hilda is the only daughter of Duke Goneril. It seems her father and brother coddle her quite a bit. If you look up lazy in the dictionary, her picture won't be there because she never got around to submitting it. Not too unusual for a noble, I guess.
That's a good line, though.
Mm-hmm.
Leonie enrolled because she wants to be a mercenary. I think she said that her father is a hunter. She's pretty blunt and as stingy as they come. A habitual saver, too. I think she's hoping to repay her village for helping to send her here.
I appreciate your effort.
I appreciate your effort.
Yeah, we've got the Golden Deer has some of the most interesting characters, but also some of the most boring characters.
At the Academy thus far? I hope you have found our halls brimming with the vitality of well-intentioned souls.
What a weird thing to say.
I suppose it is time for you to take charge of one of our 3 houses of students. I must note that I am personally against entrusting someone as lacking in trackable history as yourself with such a task. But it is as the Archbishop desires.
You know, I think you actually didn't need to note that.
The black eagles, the blue lions, and the golden deer. All so different. I hope you've made it a point to get to know each of them.
Since you are new here, we have decided to allow you first pick. Manuela and I will take charge of the remaining 2 houses.
All right. Let's go.
So you
Lesser
have chosen
Alliance.
the Golden Deer led by Claude, correct?
Yes.
Your heart has made its choice then. All I ask is that you guide these open minds with virtue, care, and sincerity.
Oh, I'm gonna guide them with something. Bloodshed and violence.
They are all promising
And a
youths
lack of
who bear the
teaching
weight of Fodlan's
experience.
future upon their
True.
shoulders. I hope you appreciate what an honor it is to lead them.
I do not.
Brother? Oh, I am so sincerely sorry. I did not mean to interrupt.
Hey, kid.
I'm in the middle of something, Flane. Is it urgent?
No, it's nothing. More importantly, who is this?
This is our newest professor at the Academy.
Fellow green hair.
Oh my!
Yep, lots of green
addition to the
hairs.
Officers Academy.
I'm among my people.
I am so very pleased to meet you, Professor.
Yeah, she's got that Haru-colored hair.
I am Sedith's little sister, Flame. I am so happy to make your acquaintance.
Let us focus on the topic at hand. There is something you should be aware of. In a few days' time, there will be a mock battle between the 3 houses, intended to gauge the current progress of the students. We will be using this battle as an opportunity to ascertain your own abilities as well. Please do not disappoint the Archbishop. That is all.
All right. Sounds fine.
Don't disappoint the Archbishop.
It's impossible for me to.
What? Are you really our new homeroom professor?
Yes, I pranked you all.
Is that true? You aren't quite what I had pictured. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded.
I was sure you'd be roped into joining the Knights.
Don't tell me. You chose this class just to get to know me better, right? I'm flattered, really.
I chose this class because I've already done the others, basically. Kind of, you know. You guys are like last pick.
Now that you're our professor, maybe I should choose my words more carefully.
I don't mind.
Oh, well then, since we're pretty close in age and all, I suppose formalities aren't all that necessary.
Yeah, that is a little weird, isn't it, huh?
One must truly marvel at the exceptionality of this appointment. Becoming a teacher to students almost the same age as yourself. How unusual.
Brobot a thesaurus.
I've heard you are a skilled mercenary, but I cannot shake my discomfort at your new position.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you really as
Expulsion.
strong as they say? Let's see your biceps. I bet I packed on more muscle than you.
Detention.
I doubt that. Apparently our new professor was personally recommended by Alois, one of
A.
the Knights.
A+.
As far as skill goes, I saw it with my own eyes. What's more,
A++.
Teach here is the child of the most renowned former captain of the Knights of Saros.
I heard. There's no way a child of the captain isn't worthy. It's simply not possible.
A.
The captain? Who are you talking about?
F.
Captain Geralt, of course. The most notable captain of the Knights of Saros and a peerless mercenary.
You're exaggerating a bit.
It doesn't matter what you think of him. Captain Geralt deserves nothing but respect.
C-.
Well, after working as a mercenary alongside a father figure such as he, I have high hopes for our professor.
C+.
Just because someone is special doesn't mean their children are special too, Lysithia.
Said the noble. F.
Assuming that a child is going to be exceptional just because of their lineage is a bad idea. Don't you agree, Marianne? Huh? Oh, yes, I suppose so.
B.
Well, we can find out for ourselves in battle. I can't wait to see what tactics you've learned from the captain.
A battle? Shouldn't we have a welcome party or something first? I'll get the meat.
A.
How savage. I propose a nice conversation over tea instead. I am more than willing to procure some high-quality leaves.
Double expulsion.
Tea? You can't get to know someone over tea. If there's no meat involved, it's not a party.
True.
Your common sensibilities are grating to my noble ears. Please quiet yourself.
F- and expulsion.
Sorry for the bickering, Teach. As you can see, the Golden Deer House is a rowdy bunch. We're not especially unified. You'll find nobles and commoners alike here. Those who are dedicated to their studies alongside slackers. But hey, that just makes your life more exciting, right? I really hope you're looking forward to the year ahead as much as I am.
Sure, why not? B. Talking. Tutorial on talking.
Marianne is just like some of my students who just like will be sleeping during class and then you call on them and they're like, huh? Sure. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Byleth is doing a little disco dance. There are new places to explore in the monastery.
I can't believe you missed your birthday.
Hell yeah.
Say, while you're here, I'd like to use this device I designed to determine whether the power of a crest resides within you. Won't hurt a bit. Promise.
Sure, why not?
You don't know about crests? Well, allow me to tell you everything. Absolutely everything about them. Is your calendar clear? This will take a while. Crests are a
Me when you talk about Yu-Gi-Oh.
But before one can dive deeply into said topic, one must first understand what crests are. They are power incarnate. They are said to have been bestowed upon humans by the goddess countless ages ago. They exist within the flesh and are passed down through bloodlines.
Exposition.
Those who carry crests may excel at magic, display exceptional strength, or any number of boons.
Exposition.
Each crest has its own power, the nature of which is beyond mortal understanding. For now.
Exposition. And you believe I have a crest?
I suspect as much, yes. But we won't know for sure unless I look into the matter.
Exposition.
As I said, crests are passed down through the blood. However, just because someone carries a crest does not necessarily mean their descendants will inherit it as well. Only a scarce few descendants of a crest's bloodline end up inheriting that crest's power.
How we doing, chat?
Perhaps one of your ancestors bore a crest, and you just happen to inherit it.
Genetics!
That is how a crest usually presents itself, after all.
Do what you can to find out. There's no need to look into
yes,
it. No,
of course.
Skip it.
Get to the bottom of it straight away. Now then, please go ahead and hold out your arm over this device here. What is this?
What is this?
A pattern I've never seen before. Is it possible an as yet undiscovered crest has been detected?
No.
To think there are still crests out there that even I am unaware of. How thrilling!
How thrilling! Whoa.
Pardon my unrestrained jubilation. I have much to consider. You may leave now.
May I?
I have more research to do in regard to this crest. Yes, so very much more research. But for now, your work here is done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that guy likes crests.
What?
Perhaps it represents a lack of symmetry. Or perhaps... What in the world? Oh, I see. It may be connected to that, but to a greater degree than usual.
What you just said means literally nothing, my dude.
And then we just stare at him.
It's like an anime when they try to make a math problem for the characters to be struggling with, and they don't actually know math, so they just, like, say random numbers and shit.
It's Sunday.
The day of sun.
It is now possible
It's
to go into
time
battle
for
with the same
screaming.
appearance as in Monastery. You can set this in the journal by selecting Unit Appearance. You can now change the protagonist's outfits to the dancer ensemble in your journal. A quest has been added from Chapter 5 of the main story on. You will find the quest via the bulletin board. In order to accept it, you must be able to invite people to tea parties.
With each moon, professors of the Officers' Academy receive a schedule for the month ahead. It notes the days on which events and missions will take place that month. Pay careful attention to your schedule, so that you may thoughtfully plan what you intend to do each month, and when.
The monetary schedule features different events on different days. And that's all. Explore.
All we can do is explore.
Let's explore. So, this is my room. I thought I heard a girl's voice, but I must have been imagining things. I like to imagine girls' voices all the time.
Now, if this room does not get progressively messier as the months drag on, it's unrealistic. Oh, whoa.
That's pretty good. But like, we're already dressed like we're already dressed like a dancer, you know?
Mm-hmm. True.
We just walked through a door.
That door does not exist.
These are the students'
These are the students' quarters. To better help you supervise them, you also have a room here. Your room is here at the end.
We are pretty drippy right now, Kratos.
Commoner students also reside on the first floor, while the second is primarily for students of noble birth. As a rule, we try to avoid discrimination based on social status here, but the nobility can be quite insistent when it comes to matters of propriety.
Yeah, you gotta shut them up sometimes. I get it.
Speaking of, it would be best for you to avoid improper conduct. I expect you to set a good example for the students.
Are you saying I'm not allowed to date my students?
For a Japanese game, that is highly unrealistic.
I'm not too keen on the professor of my class. I really hope to focus more on strategy.
It's not me, is it? Because there's only 2 other options.
Maybe I should talk to my professor about transferring to a different class.
Which one? There's only 3. Spotted Dimitri.
Yes.
Wow, 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 wow.
I heard about the upcoming mock battle. I want you to know, Professor, that I do not intend to lose. I hereby declare my intention to prevail at... Goodness, listen to me. The thrill of competition has carried me away. I won't speak so formally of a class assignment in the future.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Dimitri.
Let me know when you are hungry. I will make you a quality meal, as thanks for your service to His Highness.
Husband material, someone that can cook for you.
I have your seeds, Dedu.
You have acquired Dedu's seeds.
So, about the mock battle that's coming up, you don't mind me sitting it out, do you?
Nah, shut the fuck up.
As a fragile maiden, I'm useless in battle. I'll just cheer everyone on instead.
Nope, not allowed.
Did you hear the news, Teach? Looks like we're gonna have a good old mock battle between the houses.
Why did they give us 3 days to prepare?
The Golden Deer House isn't exactly
Or
what
3
you call
weeks?
an elite group just yet.
Anyways,
so
not
you may
enough.
want to whip everyone into shape with some
Yeah.
extra training. After all, competition is only fun if you win. To that end, I'd better prepare as well. You know, I was researching what it's like to live here long before I even enrolled. Want me to fill you in, Teach?
Facilities.
Students and teachers of the Officers Academy are all free to use the facilities within the monastery. That means you can chow down with students at the dining hall or get in some one-on-one sparring at the training grounds. As you explore the monastery, try visiting the various facilities and talking to the people who live here.
Bulletin boards and
If you
quests.
haven't noticed, there are bulletin boards in various places around here. You can check them out to see posted requests or to find more information about the market. I hear that fulfilling requests can even earn you the right to use more facilities. The bulletin board gets updated frequently, so it's probably a good idea to check it once a month.
Activity
Far
points.
be it from me to tell you how to use the facilities, but it's a good idea to be mindful of how you're using your time. If you don't think about how you're spending your free time, it'll be over before you know it. Here at the
Professor
Officers
level.
Academy, even professors are expected to study often to help maintain their strong leadership skills. In other words, students and teachers alike have to strive to grow in every possible field.
Alright.
Hey there.
There's so much tutorial in this game.
It's true. Cat, 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 cat.
It's Dimitri, I mean dormitory.
Cat, 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 kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat.
Leonie.
Hi.
I'm Captain Gerald's first and best apprentice. I can beat anyone, Professor. Even you if I have to. It may have been only for a short time, but I learned from the absolute best.
F.
Gotta say, redheaded girls do be pretty cute, though.
I was just heading back to my room. Bye!
Fuck you. Get back here. F.
And we will never see or hear from her again.
Well, there's Dorothea, Hilda, and Mercedes. Lady Rhea's quite the beauty, too. And I must admit, I've even checked out Professor Manuela once or twice. You know, Professor,
Bruh.
I think I'm going to like it at the Officers Academy. There are beautiful girls as far as the eye can see.
Bruh.
Professor, I've got a small favor to ask.
I will accept your quest, you gross little man.
He's
was
like, if it is a girl, I am interested.
The Great Tree Moon is the best time of the year for naps. I could just forget all about my assignment.
That's not a good idea. Well, now I'm feeling sleepy too.
Yeah.
Relationship points. Relationship points.
Anyway. Oh, did you come to look at the plants too?
My
The
boy.
greenhouse here is really incredible. There are so many rare
likes
flowers
plants
I've never
too.
seen back home, and herbs I never even knew existed.
Nerd.
There's something about people that like gardens.
You seem well informed on the subject.
My adoptive father is the real expert. He taught me everything I know about herbs, including how to
Herbs.
tell them apart and how to make medicines. You
I
should try
want to
looking
hug
around
him.
the greenhouse sometime if the mood strikes you. Maybe something will catch your eye.
He deserves so many head pats.
Greenhouse keeper. Garden.
Ian, about to do garden updates every time we do the stream.
Plant the dew seed.
My thanks.
Quest complete. Quest complete. More like Lynn Fart.
Update.
What now?
Garden update.
Bulletin board. Give me your finest quests. What? Oh. Okay.
Goddess, I pray to thee. Please protect us.
Stares at her. Dog.
Puppy.
Dog, cats, dog, cats, 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 cats. Dog, cats. Alright, gotta get our cutscene.
That
Gotta
is
show off
indeed
this-
what the dining hall looks like.
Gotta show off these stunning 3D environments.
Yes.
It's you.
I'm busy. Do you want something?
No. I was hoping to spar with you.
I can't right now, but let's fight soon. I look forward to beating you.
You won't. What's up, kid?
Ugh, I really need to eat. I can't hold out until the next meal. Why can't the dining hall stay open all the time? I need to keep eating if I want to get stronger.
There's food right there.
Not allowed to take it. Not until I invite him.
Here at the
Petra.
monastery, I have had many great learnings from many great people. I am hopeful to have learnings from you, too.
You will,
As forever, I will do my best trying.
once I steal you.
Oh.
Listen.
Listen.
All right.
It's the amiibo gazebo.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. By the by, have you ever regretted a decision and wished you could go back and undo it?
What'd you do?
It's too bad there's
Yes.
no lesson for how to turn back the old clock, huh? But I suppose a bad decision isn't worth all that fuss anyhow.
Not unless you have the ability. Like I do. I have no business there.
The ability, TM.
The power.
Indeed.
I spotted
Hello,
you.
Professor.
Indeed.
I have a teeny tiny question for you, if that's all right.
Yes, you may join my class.
You haven't seen a man with hair the same color as mine, a scowling face, and a generally gloomy demeanor, have you?
Can't say that I have.
I suppose it was silly to ask. Sorry for wasting your time.
That was the wrong response.
Indeed. As part of our commitment
Indeed.
to the goddess, the knights undertake various missions across all of Fodlan. Assisting with the education of young nobles is also a part of our sacred duty.
Mr. Funny Hat Man. Yeah, I guess I should have said looking for someone. Ooh, hello.
It's a shiny.
You can't go past here.
Right.
Immediately turns around.
Yes.
Yes.
I hear a member of House Fresfeld, the ruling family of the Empire, has entered the Officers' Academy for the first time in ages. It is said that the Adrestian Empire's very founding was aided by none other than Saint Seros. That is why the crest of Seros is on the Imperial flag. In recent years, a rift has developed between the Empire and the Church. Let us hope this will be a good opportunity for both parties to reforge their close relationship of years past.
A rift between
Here's
the
an
Empire and the Church.
Whoa.
There are
Hope
two
that doesn't
types
turn
of
into
crests.
something big.
Major crests manifest their power most effectively, while minor crests are slightly weaker. It is said that the closer a person's blood relation is to various saints and heroes, the higher their chance of bearing a major crest. Of course, there are also examples of major crests manifesting in children whose parents bear no crest whatsoever. The exact nature of how and why crests are inherited is still a mystery.
It's funny, crests are like, yeah, it's eugenics, but also it's definitely not eugenics.
Yeah.
Professor?
Fuck you.
A moment, please.
You there.
Hi, Professor. Have you gotten around to visiting the library yet?
Definitely.
It's absolutely loaded with valuable information. I only wish I wasn't burdened with the necessity of sleep, so I could spend all my hours there.
You like reading?
In a manner, yes. But it's more that I want to learn as much as I possibly can.
Spotted Ferdinand. Wow, wow, wow.
Do you know the provenance of our class name? The eagle. That refers to the twin-headed eagle on the Adrestian Empire's coat of arms.
Whoa!
And black is the traditional color of the Empire's armor. Hence, black eagles.
Whoa!
So you're telling me this house that has a red flag and the Empire also has a red flag is called the Black Eagles?
Yes,
Yep.
it's true that I'm the only commoner in the Black Eagle house. I knew that before the first day of class. Those people are simply exhausting.
Okay.
I forgot she's a commoner.
Yep.
Before I came to the Officers' Academy, I attended a school of magic in the Kingdom capital. That's where I met Annie. That's what I call Annette. Oh, I guess Lawrence was at the School of Magic too. But Annie was always just so nice to me, even though I was older. She's my best friend in the world.
Gay.
If you love her so much, why don't you marry her?
Gay. Gay. Homosexual. Gay.
Here's the story. The Blue Lion House derived its name from the honorary title of the first king of Fargus. Lug, the king of lions, wore brilliantly blue garments. His chivalric exploits are recorded in multiple legends. The library holds various historical accounts regarding him and the Blue Lions.
Lug.
If you find time, you should read them. They're filled with insights.
Lug.
Right.
Also, let me put an addendum to my statement about Ingrid before. It's not only that she's just like the straight person that is questioning their sexuality, it's that she was raised in a sheltered environment and didn't know gay was even a thing until she
Have
came
you
here.
memorized everyone's names yet? I'm Ignatz, in case you forgot. I'm looking forward to learning from you.
You're good to remind me. I'm never going to remember your name.
Our house is that of the Golden Deer. Do you know the significance of that name, Professor?
No.
Golden deer are sacred creatures, said to have protected Leicester since time immemorial. All three of the houses have a meaning behind their name. You should feel free to ask around if that sort of knowledge interests you.
It doesn't. Let's see.
What?
Any more people we need to talk to?
What?
What? Okay, we've now gone back to the beginning.
As it were.
Oh.
Yes.
Hey, losers.
I trust you're eager to face the Black Eagles in battle. Enjoy the thrill of anticipation while it lasts. Soon you'll wish you had chosen to lead our house instead.
Or you'll wish I had chosen to lead your house instead.
If you continue to insist on distracting me, I will have no choice but to get rid of you.
Oh, yeah?
Joking, of course.
Listen to this. Wow, Yuritsa sure seems strong. I kind of thought he was going to be the new professor assigned to our class.
Get out of here.
After that teacher ran away during our outdoor training, I figured Yuritsa was a natural replacement. I was surprised when you were suddenly appointed professor instead. I don't think I could hold my own against Yuritsa in battle. I could probably take you, though.
Nope. Not a chance.
You really think so? With enough training, I'm sure I'll beat you someday.
What?
Speaking of Yuritsa.
I care nothing of
Did
friendship.
someone say pizza?
I care nothing of friendship.
If you have no business here, leave.
What now? I'm evil.
The dude is just... such a caricature.
What shall I have for breakfast? Maybe a breakfast burrito? Bulletin board! Hey, what's happening with your coat there, Rhea? Did you see that? If I back up, will it do it again? Yes! Look at it!
Yep! The physics in this game, especially for fabric and stuff, is just...
Do bear in mind that even as you are appraising your students, they are appraising you as well. I hope that you will do your best to form lasting bonds with your flock. Oh, and I look forward to witnessing your prowess in the mock battle.
Sure. Nothing going on in here? No. Going fast makes me feel alive. My heart beats in hyperdrive.
Ah.
Hey, Dad.
The church has changed a lot since my time. Sedith, Hanneman, Manuela, Yuritsa, and many of the knights. None of them were around 20 years ago. Have you met Leonie yet? Apparently, it was my influence that inspired her to leave her village. Sorry to burden you, but could you watch over her for me? She's the only apprentice I've ever had.
Yeah, she is your best apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
The only one.
Yep. Leonie may be a bit of a Geralt simp.
Captain Geralt has hardly changed since 20 years ago. I've aged at least 3 times as much as he has. Why am I talking about this? Oh, right. It was because I just overheard Tomas remarking on the subject.
Well, Tomas can keep his mouth shut.
The leader of a legendary group of knights returned. People are bound to be talking about the old captain.
Hey, Manuela.
A mock battle? This early? Wow, Professor. They're not giving you any time to settle in, are they? Well,
No, they are
need
not.
to worry. If you get hurt, I am more than capable of healing you. You'll not even have a scar.
Didn't even have to react to get a relationship up from that. Is that famous VTuber?
Hello.
VTuber Eats?
Apparently, there is to be a mock battle between the houses. Interesting, but I hope you understand that I have far more important things on my mind.
Also, is that a Samoyed emote? I have a Samoyed.
My research is proceeding slower than I would like. Your crest is something of a challenge. Frustrating, yet also quite intriguing.
Makes sense.
I was wondering if I might get a sample of your flesh. A couple square inches would do.
Pardon?
No. Perhaps some blood. A couple of drops on the device are all I need.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Eats. That's us.
Yeah.
I may as well assist by providing a blood sample.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Those few drops of blood are invaluable to my research. Oh, so much more to learn.
It is indeed a good game.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Those few drops of blood are invaluable.
That's the same thing. I had to go listen to him say it again.
Huh? Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Me whenever I see you.
No, you say hi, sweetie. That's what you say. We do this every day. I don't know how you forgot. A vampire giving out blood samples? More likely than you might think. Let me in! Okay, they let me in this one. Library.
A library.
Professor, I hear you are lacking in knowledge of the Church of Seros.
I forgot about this guy. Professor! Good news, everyone!
The library contains countless documents about the teaching and the history of the Church. I encourage you to make good use of them.
Check them bookshelves.
Time to read up on the lore.
There, we're in red.
Hey there.
I hope you're just I hope chat is getting all this. There will be a test.
Your final grade depends on it.
Oops. There we go.
Tomas has served as the monastery's librarian for decades.
Well, there will be a strict no Googling rule. We will have detectors to tell if you've gone off the web page, and it will result in an automatic F.
Actually, he was away from Garrigmach for a spell, but he returned to his post last year.
Sus, Amogus, sus, alert.
There is no one as familiar with the monastery's archives as he is.
Sus.
Literally half the people in this game have like a dark and mysterious past.
It's to make it harder for you to tell who is the one who is evil. The trick is, they're all evil.
True.
You're like, true, I guess. Alright. We've successfully read every book in the library.
And it only took about like 5 minutes.
Yeah, usually it would take a lot longer.
I think.
You do not
And
think.
somehow you... There is not a
lying.
single thought in that head. Stop lying to us.
Alright. Fast travel to the vicinity of Flame. Flame, give me your quest. Hello there.
Hello there, Professor.
General Kenobi.
Well, I call you that, but I am afraid I am not a student here myself.
Yet. Where can I visit you then?
My brother would not be pleased if he heard you saying such things. The monastery is kind enough to provide a sanctuary for my brother and I. He's the only family I have. Might you help me with a favor?
Might you help me with a favor? Catch a fish at the fishing pond. I think we'll do her quest first. We only have one energy, so we have to do one or the other. Flames bait.
Fishing, fishing.
Bite. Fuck yeah.
When a game has a fishing minigame.
And it's also a rhythm game. I like how the fishing minigame is a rhythm game.
Yeah.
Better than Stardew's.
You have helped me so much.
How wonderful. I am certain Saint Catherine would be most satisfied by this fish. If you ever wish to fish again, please simply let the manager of the fishing pond know.
Saint Cthulhu.
Saint Cthulhu. I'm so glad Gwyn isn't here to hear me pronounce it like that. I'm sure Gwyn would be quite upset to hear me pronounce things this way. Every RPG has a fishing minigame now, and honestly, that's how it should be. True.
True.
Wait, am I allowed to also do a dinner?
Yeah, because fishing doesn't take up energy.
It doesn't. I forgot about that.
For some reason.
Fast. We already got his quest, so. So the only thing we have to do for this quest is to just have a meal, or does it have to be with him?
Yes. I think it's just have any meal.
Sure. Today's special? Marianne. Manuela does not like it.
What is our special today? Sacher and cream. A baked confession coated with vanilla fruit cream and a currant reduction often enjoyed as a dessert at family gatherings. Hey, VTuber Eats, you should make that sometime.
Yeah. We'll grab a Marianne. And we'll grab... So Dorothea would like it, but Lysithea would like it more. Or no, it would help Lysithea in classes. So we'll do this for now.
Yeah.
Marianne and Lysithea?
Although if we do want to be recruiting other people,
we'll start having to do this, yeah.
Yeah.
I like this dish.
That's a casserole.
It was my father's favorite.
This is a casserole.
Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
We gotta get these kids ship shape in order for them to do well at the mock battle. Then we'll start recruiting some assholes.
Nice. I knew I could count on you.
Heh, so you're getting right to it. I'm impressed to find someone who's more proactive than I am. Nice going, Professor. All right then, next time will be my turn. We got a Gorby. Watch out, we got a Gorby. Yeah, I think we did everything. We talked to everyone and everything.
Ferdinand's birthday.
Fuck yeah.
Much appreciated.
Oh, it's time. Formerly a promising young mercenary, you're now the newest professor at the prestigious Officers Academy. Students and faculty alike look on with curiosity as you engage in a mock battle between the school's 3 houses. Deploy.
You might say Fire Emblem 3 houses.
I might say Fire Emblem, Fire Emblem 3 houses.
Rivalry of the houses.
Time for a mock battle, eh? How should we go about this?
Sneaky breaky.
Well, you'll be our commander, that much is for sure. Just don't screw it up and everything will be great. Got it, Teach?
I'm not concerned.
Right. I'll do whatever I can to help too. I mean, I'm kind of obligated to. For example, if I add a little something to their food to upset their stomachs...
True, VTuber Eats. Don't even think about it.
Yeah, wink, wink, I read you. You can't officially condone that sort of thing, right? But say, hypothetically speaking, students from the other houses started racing to the infirmary. As far as anyone knows, it could just be a harmless little stomach bug making the rounds.
Well, well, what a fascinating conversation you two are having. May we join?
Pardon.
Claude, I can't believe you would stoop to such crooked schemes to gain the advantage. Have you no honor?
Do you not know this man?
If that was really my scheme, I wouldn't be talking about it out in the open. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until our battle to see what's really in store.
It's irrelevant anyhow. Whatever you have planned won't save you from a crushing defeat.
She really does like to stare at people and, like, with a blank expression.
She has a point.
At least she
Still,
blinks, though.
I'm rather eager to see what sort of schemes that mind of yours conjures up.
You heard him, Teach. We can't let these fine folks down.
It'll be a fair fight.
Of course, a fair fight, as all fights are. Good one, Teach. Play innocent now so they won't see it coming.
Oh, how precious. Looks like you and the students have become fast friends.
Well, we are the same age, Manuela.
While I am pleased that you are taking the initiative to acquaint yourself with the students, I'm afraid it's about time for the faculty strategy meeting.
I'm sorry, professors. It's about time I returned to my training anyway. Claude, Edelgard, until we meet again on the battlefield, farewell.
Potentially. Yeah, we did choose Golden Deer. I am partial to Black Eagle.
I look forward to assessing your abilities.
Then I
hope
am
you don't
partial
disappoint.
to Blue Lions.
It's funny. You really like the characters in Blue Lions, but they also have like the worst person in charge of them.
Yeah.
The most bland of the three. Magic. Battle preparations. Okay. Let's
Time to
go.
prepare for battle.
Who are we bringing?
So we have 5 slots. Have to have us and Claude.
Yeah.
Claude covers the archer. We cover the sword user. Lawrence and Leone are our 2 lance options.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Hilda, and I believe Raphael also is no, he's a gauntlet user.
Yeah.
He can be an axe user.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hilda's our axe user.
And then we have
And then
Marianne and Lysithia. Marianne's like a sword, I guess. For now.
yeah, she eventually becomes a white mage.
Yeah. It would be good to start getting Lysithia experience now, but I also don't want to leave Marianne behind.
Yeah. Also, Raphael can be very strong.
Yeah. I just don't care about him as much, is the only issue.
Yeah, true. He's a good unit, but not the most interesting character.
Yeah. We'll add him in later once we have more slots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is going to be very hard to recruit people since we're on a fresh save file without any new game pluses.
Yeah.
So we'll probably end up using him. I guess this is probably fine for now.
Yeah.
We'll do what we have here.
Mm-hmm.
Unless. Let me just get a good look at what you have. Exactly one spell, miasma. Okay, actually, Lysithea kind of sucks right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we're good to go. Well,
yeah.
Just gonna save first. Just get in the habit of it.
So, this is the stage for the mock battle. The command's all yours, Teach.
I'm sure you already understand, but the house that defeats the other two is declared the winner.
Whoa.
Incidentally, I'll be overseeing this mock battle, so listen well if you want to win.
Oh, he's gonna teach us how to do the mock battle. Cool, thank you. Okay, so
we got the blue lions on this side.
Yeah, we got the blue lions, and then we have the black eagles over here. Manuela's over there. Hanneman's over there. All right, so what we want to do...
Stay focused.
...is move into the trees.
Let's get to it.
Use the defensive cover.
And...
ready and willing.
Allow for our opponents to move against themselves.
Who, me?
Ooh.
Who, me?
Who, me?
I like Marianne was like, who, me? And then Hilda was like, who, me?
I will fight on the front lines. I can stop the enemy's advance with grace.
Do you have Lady Edelgard's permission to... I suppose I've no choice but to provide cover.
Thank you, Hubert. We are off to a terrible start.
Yeah, sucks to suck.
Ash, can you move to the front lines? I want to lure the enemy this way.
Putting the archer on the front line.
Okay, this actually has historic precedent. In a pitched battle like this, you would put ranged units in front to make the enemy come to you, and then move your ranged art people behind, like through your infantry, to get behind the infantry.
Once you finish preparing,
so it does make sense.
Did you, Mercedes?
Fair.
Keep our enemy occupied until then.
I'm just never that smart.
The Romans used to do this. They would have slingers out in front, slingers that they hired from Spain, because Spain had the best slingers, and they would pelt the enemy with rocks, and then the slingers would move. Oops, shit! I hit my microphone. The slingers would move behind the infantry, which also had ranged weapons, so they would throw their spears and then get ready to attack in infantry.
That sounds very effective.
Oh my, we'll try our best.
Oh, they're all coming for us. Fuck you.
Yeah, I think they're kind of all just against you for this one, which doesn't really make sense, but
yeah, I seem to remember
to open up with a challenge.
Like, I seem to remember that when playing as the Black Eagles, shit, we missed. Fuck. That when playing as the Black Eagles,
percentage.
The I stole his health. The Golden Deer like group was like, we'll let the Black Eagles and the Blue Lions fight amongst each other, and then we'll attack.
Yeah, that's what the Golden Deer does.
All right, we'll do a combat art so we can actually hit him.
Hell yeah.
Nosferatu. My favorite spell in Fire Emblem.
I am the son of House Ire. How did I fail? I must need to train harder.
I guess it worked out.
Hell yeah. Alright, and
You're doing a lot better than I do when I play this game.
I guess we'll leave you here.
I tend to play a lot more recklessly and just kind of do like move as a whole wave and kind of take on a whole bunch of people at once. You're just kind of picking them off one by one.
Yeah,
we will use
I like
the
terrain.
forest to ambush our enemy. Everyone, I am counting on your support.
You'll use the forest to ambush us, huh? The forest we're already in? Fuck you.
Oof.
Fuck you, Hilbert. I'm gonna murder you. Oh, Ash is gonna go after him.
I don't know what Ash is doing.
Do well to take a detour.
Alright, now we can use Anne. Ooh.
That's painful.
But he has a lower chance to hit, so we'll see.
Nice try.
Ha!
Hell yeah!
It all works out.
Fire Emblem probability.
I could use a break.
Finish him.
Okay.
The new professor is rather strong. I suppose I'll have to call it a day.
Sorry, did I hurt you?
Sorry, did I hurt you? Okay, it looks like maybe he is going to come attack me. I don't know. I can't really tell what's going on there.
Yeah.
I'm going to move... Oop, not right there. I'm going to move you over here. Marianne over here.
Do a bit of healing.
So the question is, should I attack Ash? Or should I let him go and see if he attacks Edelgard?
He definitely seems to be going for you.
Yeah. What about my combat arts? Wrath Strike? Still not gonna kill him.
Not quite. 2%, 2%? No.
Not quite. Yeah, see, he went right after Hilda.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Take him out.
So strong. Have to do better next time.
I call that a win.
Strategery. Okay.
Hey Ash, you should join our class.
Yeah, you'll get better. Okay, I think we're gonna take out...
Who, me?
Who, me?
Blue lions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every time I'm on this battle map, I tend to go for the one that's on the left.
Oh, nice!
Which isn't necessarily, like, a good or bad strategy, it's just how I like to do it.
They did nothing. Alright. Yeah, the blue lions are waiting until we enter their arena. We don't need to heal right now. Come at me. And then we'll have Claude here in the woods, waiting to help.
Are you planning on fighting 2 houses at once? I will admit that is favorable for us.
I don't need to.
This is a good
You're gonna
opportunity
sit
for
right
us.
there.
Let's forge ahead.
Also, we're not actually fighting 2 houses at once. We're kind of going for one at a time.
Oh, you're not gonna sit right there. Okay.
Oh.
Ba 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 ba. All right.
Music is so good.
Nosferatu. Give me your life force. I have a mod in Skyrim to give me the spell Nosferatu.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit, I should have adjusted and made it a stronger one.
Oof.
The combat art instead.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a waste. Nah, we'll do it right here.
Okay, good.
Apologies, Your Highness. I can go no further.
All apologies.
You lost to me?
Dedue was a bit tough to take down.
Yep.
Took 3 people. That just be how he is.
Damn. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this just to finish her off. Dimitri will come after Claude, but then we can just take him out.
No. This is as far as I can go.
It's taking them so long to get over here.
Princeliness.
Yep.
You got a thing for Edelgard, right? Come on, fess up. You'll feel better.
Claude, please. This is no time for idle banter. Your defenses are wide open.
That didn't get to him, huh? What a shame. I'll find a better way to ruffle him up next time.
True.
Yeah, it seems like the Black Eagles are giving up on the wait in the forest strategy.
Yeah, apparently. Jesus.
Hmm. Yeah, we thought Dedue was hard to take out. Dimitri's gonna take probably all 5 of us. Maybe 4.
Okay, we'll start with this. Jesus. Level up!
Ugh.
Didn't get much at all.
That was awful.
Okay, so now Claude can back up and attack from afar.
Level up.
Life doesn't always
God
go
damn
as
it.
planned.
Combat art.
Oh, that's true. Bam. Get out of here.
Okay.
Please.
Can I get a do?
Can I get a do-over? Yes, please.
My training was insufficient. I am so sorry, everyone. The rest is up to you.
Get out of here, Dimitri.
Heal.
Heal.
Thanks.
Thanks. Alright, now I'll take out the professor.
Marianne and Hilda are gonna get their first support, like, really fast.
Yeah, because Marianne is a fucking glass. You can't.
Yeah.
All right. One shot.
My goodness. The leadership of someone with actual battle experience is, well, I was as good as useless.
True.
You fought well.
Hey,
Intermediate seal.
you didn't compliment me like that when my class won last year.
Get fucked, Manuela. All right. We'll heal her.
Yeah! So nice of you.
We're actually gonna move you back and move you forward. All right. Sure, that was a choice. Why would you do this? You're a fool, Edelgard.
Come on.
Yeah.
I guess I feel
Okay.
a little stronger.
Much better. Shit. Stop it.
Leone is taking a beating.
Okay, can I please hit Manuela? No, not quite.
No.
I don't have the anything to do that with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I
This
think
is bad.
this is a weird one.
Yeah.
When I go and attack, we're going to die.
Maybe lead with Claude? Have him make the first move, wear someone down?
I suppose so. I guess I can have him move here, take a shot at Manuela, or no, we need to get it out. We need to get rid of one of these casters.
Mm-hmm.
Combat arts? Okay.
That'll do it.
I'll celebrate
Oop,
later.
I skipped her dialogue. So something about being a patient in her own infirmary. Alright.
Yeah.
How much would that do? Not much. And then Edelgard would attack us back.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get her in here. Would also not do very much. And then we'll heal up Leone. Again.
Man.
And
oof. Although low
look
hit
at the hit chance. Yeah. Let's go for it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Use the trees.
The trees are friends.
Look at that, a real-life princess. I'll have to be careful not to scar that little face of yours.
Careful, Claude. I'll win no matter what, but you're only making things harder for yourself.
Losing hasn't even crossed your mind, has it? Ooh, this will be a bit of a shock then.
To shock was your intention to begin with, was it not?
Too easy.
Too easy. And another one. Boom.
Hell
Goes the
yeah.
dynamite. please. Oh.
Progress suits me well.
Forced to retreat. Well, things will only get tougher from here on out.
True. You're the last one left, Dorcia. Could just surrender. I literally just can't get back in the fight. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Combat arts, curved shot. Because she can't hit back that way.
Yeah.
If we get that extra little bit of distance, she can't hit us. Ooh. The hit chance was not great.
Yeah.
If we use the combat arts, it gets a bit better. There it is.
Yeah.
My. The new professor seems very capable. I'm all sweaty.
That's a line for the perverts.
That's that. The winner of this mock battle is the Golden Deer House.
Great work, everyone. Even if it's just a mock battle, the taste of victory is sugary sweet.
Hell yeah. Didn't lose a single person.
Yeah. Leone MVP.
I am a master of battles.
You know strategies for sure.
Me strategy.
Great work, Teach. That was a brilliant win.
I got strategery.
Yo!
Hi, Sleepy by Fling. Thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the raid.
Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? Hi. Everyone did well.
Playing ignorant as to the quality of your command and deflecting the praise to your students. You really are a model professor, Teach. To be honest, I had a bunch of other schemes planned as well, just in case the situation called for it. But I didn't have to resort to any of them. I suppose our opponents lucked out.
It's going well. I like this game. It's good.
Yeah.
Well met, Professor. The breadth of your skill was on full display today. I must admit that your tactics were masterful.
My best tactic, leaving you out of the fight.
I shudder to think what may have transpired had it been Claude leading us into battle.
I noticed that too. We just did what you told us, and we won! I love it!
As expected from a child of the former captain of the Knights. Thank you for today, Professor. I have much to consider.
Much to consider.
I never doubted that our professor would be amazing. It was way too obvious. Don't you agree, Marianne?
What's up with your hair, Hilda? Just went with Hufflepuff? Yeah, sure. Close enough.
Yeah.
Me? Oh, yes, of course. Well done, Professor.
Sleepy bitch syndrome.
Captain Gerald taught his child well. It would have been more of a surprise had our professor proved lacking.
Don't you think it's a bit harsh to give Gerald all of the credit, Leone? In any case, it's clear that we only won because of our new mentor's guidance.
True. If I had been guiding the other teams, they would have won.
A mercenary's wisdom and techniques are forged in battle. Those are the sorts of things you can only learn through experience. Right, Teach? But more importantly, it's time to celebrate our victory. Teach here has yet to try my well-renowned home cooking. I really do hope you'll join us.
Can cook.
After all, I swiped some finely aged cheese from the dining hall for just this occasion.
Thief boy.
Time to celebrate with cheese.
Your work with the students was remarkable. I can see Gerald trained you well. I do hope you were able to use the occasion to bond with the students.
I did.
I'm so happy to hear it. Nothing would please me more than if you used this coming year to grow closer still.
Of course, the mock battle was mere practice. The real fight is the battle of the Eagle and Lion, which will take place during the Wyvern Moon.
Is finally aged not just code for moldy, though? Well, all cheese is mold.
You are expected to properly train your students so as not to humiliate the Academy during the long-held tradition that is the coming battle.
As for today, I have called you here to tell you of your mission for the month ahead. Your class is to dispose of some bandits causing trouble nearby.
Bandits! Bandits?
Those affiliated with Garreg Mach Monastery have a moral obligation to help those in need, regardless of social standing. Students are no exception. Each month before the newly birthed moon departs, each house of students must complete their assigned mission. You shall work to complete the task at hand alongside your students and report back to the Archbishop before the deadline. Understood? I will soon provide you with the necessary details for your first mission. If I told you now, I expect you would only forget, and I despise repeating myself.
Rude.
I can sense something special within your heart. I have high hopes for you.
Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi.
Shindikai, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Hello.
Bandits, they say.
Bandits, they say?
Do you recall when we first met? You shall not fall so shamelessly again, correct? Have you no words for me? Do not tell me that you are shocked to hear from me. You ought to know that I am always with you now. To hear my voice should not come as a shock.
Right. I have accepted this already.
Nonsense?
Hello.
All I was told was to kill as many noble pipsqueaks as possible. No one said anything about the Knights of Damned Saros being on our trail.
You have proven yourself worthless, distracted by something so trivial. I had hoped you would achieve your goal despite the setback. But now a child of the Knight's former captain is in play. How interesting.
Hey, this isn't what I agreed to!
Very fair. Very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Hiring a mercenary as a professor. What was that woman thinking?
Are you listening to me? How do we finish this?
You die.
What?
Underestimating the Knights was an amateur mistake. One you will pay for. The road to eternal torment awaits you all. Now I must locate your replacements.
Wait! Get back here! Damn you!
The voice acting is a lot more expressive than the animation.
I also like how this guy is dressed like a barbarian from Civ.
Part 1.
Yeah.
White clouds. Heartstring moon. Familiar scenery.
Let's learn about the Heartstring moon, shall we?
In honor of the saints whose births or deaths took place under this moon, the people perform music once beloved by those divine beings. Whether by harp, by flute, or voice alone, joyous melodies are shared between farmers as they sow their seeds across the vast plains of Tailteen and Gronder.
Hell yeah.
Gotta learn the lore.
Lore. Give me lore.
Lilith has reached the edge of the world.
There are new places to explore in the monastery. Oh, we got
Finally,
double.
some of those knights will have gone away.
We got double our our fucking wage.
As you have already been notified, your mission is to subdue some bandits. Our students have been learning about combat through study, but this is a precious opportunity to provide them with practical experience. The Knights will support your mission and are prepared to offer their assistance if necessary. In short, this is no mock battle. You must be prepared for anything. You will receive a message from the Knights when it is time to depart. Until then, use your time wisely.
Use your time.
More bandits.
wisely.
Not very original, Teach.
Not interested?
Well, as long as you're with us, at least things won't be boring. In fact, it may take a turn for the interesting. And with that, I take my leave to make my final preparations.
You seem well. Are you adjusting to life at the monastery?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't expect that answer. When we were mercenaries, I handled everything. Outside of battle, you didn't have much contact with people, did you? I thought being thrown into a swarm of noble brats to teach would be a bit much for you. But I guess I had nothing to worry about.
Yeah, nothing to worry about at all. No,
By
no
the
thing
way,
at all.
I heard
Nope.
about those bandits.
None.
Your first assignment is to take them out, right? That's fairly routine for you by now, but don't forget it's the first real taste of battle for those brats. It'll be tougher to sleep at night if you let one of your little pupils die. So stay vigilant and lead them well. I wish I could offer you my support, but Lady Rhea won't allow it. For now, I'll
Fair
try
enough.
to figure out what she wants from you. I don't mind you settling into your life here, but don't let your guard down. Ever.
Never think about it.
Never let your guard down.
Never.
It's Annette's birthday.
Flowers.
Thank you.
Explore. A girl's voice. What could it mean? Fast travel to Geralt. Boo!
Could be.
Oh. Hi.
He was right outside.
Professor, hey, do you know how old Captain Gerald is?
That's enough, Leone. If I don't know, how could my child know?
True.
It's not normal to forget your own age, you know. It's kind of worrisome, actually.
By the time you're forgetting your own age, you're past the point of caring.
I guess if you put it that way, you've got a point.
Quest.
There's
I
not
have a
much
request.
difference between 25 and 26, so I'm getting to that point.
Except.
The years are blurring together.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Yep, sleep well.
Oh, Professor, hello. Truth is, my undershirt got blown away by the wind. And it's not important why, it only matters that it's pale blue.
Let's search for it.
Thank you so much.
Recruit!
I do find you very interesting, Professor. I'm just not sure if it's enough to change classes.
Wait, I'm trying to... Is there's not a way to zoom in, is there?
No.
Let me think about it a bit more.
I was gonna zoom in on our face.
Not a thought behind those eyes.
Charisma and authority. Huh? Yeah? You like charisma and authority, huh? Oh, yeah? What? I really am a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I'm not doing anything.
Hey, what's this cake doing out here?
Cake? Oh, come on. That's just cruel.
Recruit.
Sorry, I'm trying, but you're still kind of a stranger.
Strength and bow. I will simply learn everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll become the most well-rounded. Is it possible to recruit everyone on your first go-through?
I'm
I don't know.
not sure.
Have we met?
If it is, it's incredibly difficult.
Shamir.
No. Sorry.
You love Shamir.
Must be my imagination.
Hi.
Professor? Our next mission is to go after a group of bandits. I'm not very confident. I'm afraid I'll just hold everyone else back. I should probably stay behind for this one, or help plan the attack instead.
No. Gardening. Is it harvest time? Yeah. Plant?
More seeds.
Magic.
There's a blue glowing thing back there. There you go.
Experience points.
Aha.
Eagle eyes. Do not mind what I do with the camera controls. This is why I don't play with the controller. I'm not very good with them. Seems everyone's catching big fish today.
It's a big fish catching day.
Big fish day. Big fish day.
Big fish.
God damn it. I gotta like, I think there's a little bit of controller delay. I gotta make sure I hit it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect.
Perfect fish. White trout. There we go. I got it dialed in.
Hell yeah. Ian's great at fishing.
I'm Mikuing it. Miku, Miku. Shit.
Oof.
God damn it.
Oof.
I've got to hit it like right when it's about to enter the circle. It's really weird.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Alright, let's go. Last fish. Shit.
It's not really how fishing works, that how well you reel the thing in determines what it is.
True. Spotted a net. Near.
I've got to find out everyone's likes and dislikes so I know what to cook. Who knows when it'll be my turn at kitchen duty? How about you, Professor? Do you like sweet or spicy food?
Sweet.
I like
Ooh,
both.
same. I'll definitely remember that.
Recruit.
Huh? You think I would be a good fit for your class? I'm not sure. There's still a lot I want to learn from my current class. Sorry to disappoint.
Magic and faith.
I love how the dialogue with her when you say that you like spicy food is like, wow, you're so mature.
Would you kindly do something for me?
And fresh out of recipe ideas, say perhaps you would find some for me. Maybe a student or our library's cookbooks can spark some inspiration. Let me know, will ya? Today is the day for some bonding bites.
Mm-hmm. I like bonding bites. Also, I just love how the game just waters all sorts of, like, the plethora of flavors of all food down to sweet and spicy.
Yeah.
Bridget has much more warmth than Fodlan. Even spring here has coolness. And you, Professor? Which do you find is worst? Too hot or too cold weather?
I know what you think.
I do. I know what she wants to hear.
Yeah.
I have agreeance. In Bridget, I am able to be wearing much lighter clothes.
Oh, yeah?
Training has given, but
Dex and writing. I'll show you writing. Hey,
Do you know
Tomas.
about the Cardinals? They are the ones who run the church. Their identities are a closely guarded secret.
Thanks, old man.
Mm-hmm.
Na 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 na. The Pegasus rider flying around.
Mm-hmm.
What the?
What the? What the? No one in here who matters.
Anyway.
Ah.
It's thanks to my
It's our
adoptive
boy.
father, Renato, that a commoner like me is here at the academy. He is the very model of chivalry. Someday, I'm going to be just like him.
He is the very model of a modern Major General.
Huh? You're inviting me to join your class? I'm really flattered, honestly. But I still have a lot left to learn in my current one.
Charisma and Lance.
Mm-hmm.
But you use a bow, boy.
Well, he wants to be a knight.
Too bad. Spotted Edelgard.
You're quite powerful to have beaten us in the mock battle. Such a shame you aren't leading our class.
Yeah.
I've heard your
It
class is
is.
hunting thieves. That mission is very different from the one we were given.
Sure.
What's your mission?
Yeah.
Come to think of it, we don't really learn what the other classes' missions are.
Yeah, no. That lance could be used for other things. Hmm.
True.
I can use it to hang my laundry.
Yeah. And if there's something up on a really tall shelf that you can't reach, you could use your lance.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Professor.
The little servant boy.
That person sure does
Yep.
remind me of somebody, but I can't figure out who. Oh, do you need me for something? Sorry, but I'm really busy right now.
We are now allowed
Cyril,
into the
I've
church.
I've heard Cyril is good. I can't say from experience though, because I've actually never
Do
recruited
you know
him.
of the Iyer family? We have long held the position of Prime Minister in the Empire. The Empire's power lies with 6 noble families, my family foremost among them. The full explanation may be time-consuming. I can give you a moment to get ready, if you would like to take notes.
This guy sucks. I'm ready.
All right, I will list the 6 great noble families. There's Caspar's father, Count Burgles, the Minister of Military Affairs. Then there's Linhardt's father, Count Hevering, the Minister of Domestic Affairs. Bernadetta's father, Count Varley, is the Minister of Religious Affairs. Hubert's father, Marquis Vestra, is the Minister of the Imperial Household. Finally, we have Duke Gert, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and my own father, Duke Iyer, the Prime Minister. One day, I will take his place as the Prime Minister of the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
I am more talented than anyone in my class, even Edelgard. I will lead the Empire to a bright, enlightened future.
I look forward to that.
There is nothing I cannot achieve.
Recruit.
Oh, well, the eldest son of House Ire will not be so easily swayed.
Dex and heavy armor.
So, chat, can you remember what all those were? What are the different ministries?
It's gonna be on the test.
Ah, yes, the church.
The church.
Here's an idea. I hear the Officers' Academy of the monastery was founded about 2 centuries ago. The eastern region of Fodlan was being invaded by Almyra, and so the Archbishop of the time took measures to prevent the border from being taken. In order to ensure Fodlan would be safe from potential threats, she deemed it necessary to raise a generation of excellence. That is how the establishment was founded, though its purpose has changed over the years.
The choir coordinator.
I have a favor to ask.
I've been thinking of starting a choir, and I need a volunteer to help me get off the ground. Can you find some students who love music?
Students who love music, huh? Mercy.
The cathedral is nice and quiet. It's so relaxing. Oh, Professor, did you come to pray to the goddess?
Never. That's right.
Me too. Shall we pray together?
Recruit.
Oh, you want me to join your class? Well, I'm already having so much fun in my current class. Sorry to disappoint, but I'll have to decline.
Magic and bow.
There's something else.
Inside the cathedral, there is a chapel dedicated to the 4 saints. Do you know of them? Saint Indek, Saint Macuel, Saint Keyhole, and...
Keyhole.
Keyhole.
Saint Kathleen! Who is your favorite, Professor?
Now that you are a member of the church, be sure to familiarize yourself with our teachings and traditions.
Quest.
I have something to ask of you.
Indech. Macuel. Keyhole. Sethling.
Inside the cathedral, Saint
Kathleen!
Now that you are...
Oh. I guess I have to get
Something
more.
else. It is the duty of every Fodlan noble to demonstrate piety towards Seros.
Shut up.
Have you also come to offer your prayers to the goddess, Professor?
No. Sure.
You don't sound terribly sure. Perhaps you are not of noble birth? After all, devotion is not as essential for a commoner.
This game has interesting commentary on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. It has things to say, and I'm not sure if it actually knows what it wants to say.
That's right.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
I quit. I want to go back to being a mercenary.
Here's an idea.
Here's an idea.
Professor.
Take me away. Still blocking that way.
I was thinking... The Knights of Seros are also known as the Shining Knights. We are the sword and shield of the divine Seros.
Pokemon Sword and
There are many orders
Shield.
of knights in the world, but we are the only one that has the honor of bearing the name Seros. As a member of the church, you should probably study up on the history of Seros and the Knights.
I don't think I will.
whatever next game we play should probably have a line that mentions the 3 houses of Fire Emblem.
Suddenly taking on bandits.
Professor, you're the one taking out the bandits? That's one way to start your career at the academy. I didn't expect they'd order us to risk our lives here. Seems a bit extreme, doesn't it?
Recruit.
Hey, Professor.
Recruit him.
Pretty great timing. I want to ask you something. I'd like to be in your class, if that's possible.
Yeah, he's just really easy to recruit.
I've been thinking.
Yep.
Maybe I ought to get serious about studying.
You got honkers.
Go ahead.
Wow, very decisive. I like it. I'll be there on time and in the front row and everything. You'll never have a better student.
We got Sylvain!
Yay.
And we didn't have to work for it.
I was thinking.
That's how you can tell he's gonna be good for us.
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter at all. Actually, you know what? It is good because that means we have horse.
True.
This is our first horse.
And also, he is proof that just playing as female Byleth is superior.
I'm bored. Maybe I should go into town, but that would be such a hassle.
Is there an equivalent for the guy?
Oh,
Not
hi,
that I
Professor.
know of.
I'm rather busy right now, so do make it quick.
Shut the fuck up. You don't look busy to me.
Ah, you can tell? I suppose being a professor has taught you how to ferret out time wasters.
Here's an entrance hall. When the hall is entrance.
Aloha.
Oh, Professor, how are you today?
Hi, Skittles Witch.
I'm just heading out for a
Hello.
mission. I'll be seeing you.
Good luck.
I don't need luck. This will be a piece of cake. I'll be back before you know it.
He's gonna die.
Oh, he literally does leave. He literally did leave. Bye. Oh, hi, Leticia.
Happy Pride
Way
indeed.
too many vegetables in today's
Yeah.
meal. The ratio of vegetables to sweets was completely skewed. Oh, hi, Professor. Were you just eavesdropping on me? Well,
Yes.
everyone knows a plate full of sweets is far preferred to a plate full of vegetables, regardless of age.
The 3 flavors: spicy, sweet, and vegetable.
Yep. Or are they classifying vegetables as spicy?
They only have spicy vegetables in this land.
What? We will accompany you on your assignment. We don't want anything to happen to our precious students. If any of you run into trouble, we'll step in and help out.
Lies.
What? You look bored. Care to duel?
A duel?
What? I just wanted to spar.
I just asked if you wanted a duel.
So,
Gatekeeper.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Are you settled in here at the monastery yet? Make sure to have a good look around. There's
The best
much
Fire
to
Emblem
see.
Heroes character.
Like fish. You do know about the pond behind the dining hall, right? You can fish there. Give it a try.
No. Horse.
He is the only gatekeeper that is a good gatekeeper.
Marketplace, a marketplace behind the cathedral. Actually, I guess it's in front of the cathedral.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Ha! I'm stealing a carrot.
You just committed theft.
I committed crime. Who will stop me from committing crime? None. None of them have anything I need right now.
You there.
You there.
You there. Wait, I know you.
Rabba-dibba-da. Hey, habla. Harina. Horida.
Oh, ba ba ba.
just like they all start speaking Simlish.
Yep.
Let's fast travel to Gerald.
Could be.
Wrong place. We're supposed to talk to him in the dining quarters. Hey, we're supposed to talk to both of you.
It is better if you do not approach me. If you spend too much time around a man of Dusker, there will be rumors.
Yes. Okay. Racism.
Racism. Fantasy racism.
Your performance in the mock battle was exceptional, Professor. You have inspired me to follow your example and study even more diligently. Perhaps we could train together sometime. I would love to test myself against your sword skills again.
You want to touch tips?
Those bandits really didn't think things through, did they?
Never have. Never will.
They had to have known the knights would be after them the moment they entered the monastery's turf. Fine by me, though. I'm raring for some real combat experience. Any chance to grow is a good thing. Is there anything else you want to ask me, Teach? About living at the monastery or combat? Anything like that?
Faculty training.
Students aren't the only ones who have something to learn from their professors. Professors can also learn from each other. If you want to, you should try trading knowledge with Professor Hanneman or Professor Manuela.
Recruiting.
The house a student belongs to, of course. If you do a lot of different activities around the monastery,
skip his dialogue.
You'll get closer to students. And
even if it is tutorial. Okay, there we go.
That reminds me.
That reminds me.
Hello.
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 Okay.
Get ready for a lot of that, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Several weeks worth of that.
We are not going to be creative with it.
Like they aren't, so we aren't.
Hey, you.
Yeah.
Hey, you.
I see.
I see.
Thank you for paying me a visit. Is there anything troubling you? Or is there perhaps something I can help you with?
Oh, yeah? About the teachings of Saros.
Believers live their lives by her sacred wisdom. Please use the library's vast resources to learn more.
I already did.
I can often be found here, so if there is ever anything you need, please do not hesitate to pay me a visit.
I think I will. Nope, nothing in there. Sometimes there is stuff in there, so you gotta like check it.
Really?
It's annoying.
Yeah. What?
You're not the one that wants something. You are.
Xanadu, the Red Canyon, is a place of great significance to the Church of Saros. Even members of the church are forbidden from entering without permission. To go trampling around in there, causing trouble, those bandits truly are morally reprehensible.
Sabrina's getting in on it too.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Oh, shiny.
Shiny on the map.
Thanks for your help.
I chose some knights to help you out. They'll be deployable in your next real battle. I'm sure you'll be able to make good use of them. Oh yeah, the backups. That's such a cool feature.
Yeah.
Battalions.
Mm-hmm. Shiny on the map, the sequel to Gummy on the Floor.
I can't eat soldiers though.
Well, then. Excellent work guiding the students in the mock battle. Taking command like that? Simply splendid. And bearing the unknown crest's power? Yes, I'm talking about you. Your talents are incredible, and Lady Rhea's insight as to your potential is doubly so.
No, go on. There's some hair in the device. It looks just like my hair. Maybe he needs a few more strands.
You do seem to have a mark of the exceptional about you. I only wish Seth would follow your example.
This guy's kind of a creep.
Yeah. He's a scientist. Where's Manuela?
Manuela.
We must find her and flirt with her.
Hey,
You walked out of this wall.
you.
I saw you. You came out of this wall right here.
Oh.
Get back in. Get
Oh.
back in. Go. Get back in.
Go back from whence you've came.
Out, demon. The power of Saros compels you.
We need to get Ray here to perform an exorcism.
Okay, can't go in there yet. And can't go in here yet. Sure. Well, I run back over to the library. Maybe Manuela's in the library. After all,
Well.
Tomas was not in the library, so maybe Manuela is.
The library.
Library.
Ooh, there's people in here.
And shinies.
It's neither of the people we were looking for.
Tantalizing cookbook.
Oh, wait, no, there's
Illustrated
one other person.
cookbook.
I can't believe it. I'm so glad to be a student here. If only because I get to use this library.
Nerd!
Reading books from all the regions of Fodlan. I feel almost like I'm visiting those places myself.
Nerd. You should visit them in person.
I'd like to. I don't have many chances to travel.
Well, fuck you. Classic cookbook. Oh my, how classic.
Hey there.
Which ones of these do I need to read in order to get this quest done? That's not it.
Pretty sure I'll just point you to it.
Alright, Lindhart, what do you have to say? I'm slightly too far away.
Swimming through a sea of countless books, tracking down that single sought-after volume.
Nice,
Nerd.
Sabrina.
It's absolute bliss.
Nerd!
How do the poor fools who spend their days sharpening swords and polishing armor find any joy in life?
Recruit.
Huh? More class. I can see the appeal, yes.
A recruiting sergeant came our way in their town at the close of day.
However, I still have a lot of books I wish to read in this class. But talk to me.
Shut up. Magic and reason. I gotta be smart enough.
What the?
What the?
What the?
Okay, none of this. None of it. None of it! Where am
Maybe
I?
there's a person you have to talk to?
I feel like we should have seen any people by now. We've like looked everywhere.
Yeah. I just remember like these quests tend to just tell you exactly where to go. They make it pretty obvious on the map. Movements by the Western Church. Oh, yeah, this is definitely you have to talk to someone.
Yeah,
because the
also,
Western
this is not
Church is
what
the
he said
faction.
to do. Like he was
Yeah.
talking something about the saints.
Yeah.
We have completed this one as well, so.
You're a lifesaver.
Thank you for sharing in the culinary arts with me. I could tell you have exceptional taste and must truly enjoy making all manners of food as much as you do eating it. You are welcome to use this kitchen whenever you please. Give me your food.
Yay.
We're not going to feed anyone yet. Should we not have seen everyone by now? I feel like we should have.
I think so.
We've like been all over the place. Am I missing a place? We were about down by the docks. I know that.
We can probably check on the map. Oh.
There's the choir sign-up sheet. Okay, so we have that now. Oh yeah, I guess the map does just show you where it is.
Yeah.
We haven't been in the training grounds yet.
We have not. There we go.
Gotta do a cutscene real quick.
First time you've ever been to the training grounds.
Yep.
So they gotta show you.
Alright.
The next assignment is to drive out bandits? Sounds like some training is in order. Tell me something, Professor. When it comes to a one-on-one battle, which is better, strength or skill?
Skill.
I knew it! When it's all said and done, muscle always comes out on top.
I'm making the boy happy.
Hey there, Professor. Here to check in on my training? Oh, that reminds me. I found this small cloth. It's kind of weird. Not really sure what it is, but it works great for wiping up sweat.
Oh no. It's the shirt. It's the undershirt.
Hey, Professor? Here
Recruit.
to cause some... No?
Strength, brawl.
Now, this game teaches everyone a very important lesson about socializing. If someone asks you something and you disagree, you simply say the thing that is in agreement with what they would agree with.
Yeah, you gotta say what
disagree.
You gotta say what they want to hear.
And now that you're all the way
Yeah.
over here, Professor, care to join me in some training? After training, I love tending to the horses or burying myself in a good pile of books. There's truly nothing better.
Even your voice actor is kind of boring.
Hi, Professor.
True.
Did you need something? I've actually got plans, so let's talk some other time.
Fuck you.
Dex and fly.
For years, the Boar Prince and I were inseparable. I know him better than almost anyone else. So let me give you some advice. Beneath all that princely polish, he's an animal, nothing more. He's strong and skilled, sure.
An animal?
But don't place your trust in him as a human being. Take care he doesn't chew you up and spit you out. Join me for some training sometime. I'm interested in your sword technique. I might like to become your student someday, but not today.
Not
Speed
today.
Professor?
Professor? Yes?
Okay.
Cat. Cat.
Nieko.
Hey there.
Oh, I see.
Bridget, Elmira, Fesker, even people from far-off lands gather here at the Academy. Word of advice, Professor. There are those who don't think kindly of such people.
Dissidence intel. That was it? Great intel.
We've learned that there are people that might disagree.
There are people
church
who
intel.
are racist somewhere.
Congratulations, we have discovered racism. We can go home.
Open the damn gates, thank you. Here you go.
My savior,
Thanks for your assistance. I'm sure there are more music lovers around the monastery, so feel free to invite anyone you participate in choir practice. I'll make all the necessary preparations when the time comes. Not right now. Seteth.
Well done. You
So
have
the
my
rumors are
thanks.
spreading. Still, it may be ill-advised to move against fellow followers of the faith. Even so, this is good information to have. I thank you. Alright, we're gonna do... I think we've done all the missions now, so let's do a choir.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do, Hilda, and we'll do Dorothea.
Singing's okay, but I should really have a cute dance to go along with it.
I'll keep my voice down. Don't want people thinking I'm vying for attention. But how loud is too loud?
Bonding.
Yay.
Alright, so one choir. Now we'll run over to the
Here's
cafeteria and do a food.
Do a food.
Hey, you.
Hey, you. Ugh.
Okay.
So we're even plugged into a dock
Okay.
and we're still having frame rate issues in the monastery. That's not a door. This is not the right room. Oop. I went through the door. Like, as in, like,
We
right
may
through
be
it.
slightly lost.
Nah, I got it. Here we are.
Right.
Okay, so with the head chef is cooking, but today's the day for bonding bites.
Yeah.
So we'll do the special is the bonding bites, right? Or is it the...
Yeah, the special.
Okay. Alright. So the people that are already in our place get the boost.
Yeah.
So we'll grab... I guess we'll grab Hilda. And... don't want to really grab Marianne or Leonie.
Yeah.
Lysithia doesn't want it.
Hmm.
Doesn't like
this
the
is
fish and
fish and bean soup.
Who?
A simple yet wholesome dish.
I'll go with Sylvain. He's actually useful.
Now, do you think fish and bean soup is spicy or sweet?
A good question. Or vegetable.
Yummy! Who made this? I'll have to give my compliments to the chef.
Yeah, you just get it, Professor. This is my favorite.
I forgot his fucking dialogue. Yeah, you just get it, Professor.
This guy.
Oh, God. I think we've done everything, so let's wrap up here.
First
Don't
day
tell
of
me
teaching.
No one bothered to show you the standard procedure for lectures? I guess it's up to me to save the day.
Nah, I'll just wing it.
Yep, they just kind of assumed that we had teaching experience.
Before starting a lecture, be sure to first check on our study goals. After all, students will want to prioritize studying things that relate to their goals.
Students will learn what I want them to learn, damn it.
It's probably easier to get good results if you instruct
Time to
students
teach them
based on
about
their interests
Pokemon.
and specialties. But that doesn't mean it's pointless to teach things that don't relate to someone's goals. Not by a long shot. By overcoming their weaknesses, some students may develop an interest in new fields. A student's study goals may need to be updated based on their learnings and experiences. It's an important part of being teached to counsel students like that. How well their tutoring goes will depend on a student's motivation. It's possible that interacting with students on a regular basis will raise their motivation. Maybe. Then again, what do I know? In any
True.
case, make sure to keep an eye on how motivated everyone is.
Group tasks.
Students are encouraged to partake in various activities around the monastery. If you have students work together, it will give them a chance to interact and maybe even help them achieve better results. Have you heard about the monthly certification exams? If you want to become a certain class, you have to pass the certification exam for it. That means training up on the required skills so you can pass. Don't slack when it comes to teaching your students what they need to know to pass their certification exams.
There we go. All right.
Teaching time.
Let us instruct. Okay, so let's start with Lysithia. We'll take the reason up a bit, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to keep working hard.
Do authority. Do another one on authority.
I've got to.
Fuck it, we'll do another one on authority.
Perfect.
Praise.
Don't stop. Keep it coming.
Oh, didn't mean to do that, but sure we did it. I meant to do another one in reason, but that's fine.
Fair.
How about we give Leone one? Hey, it's a Leone. Okay. Where do we want to go?
Definitely Lance, but towards the late game, she'll want Horse and Pegasus as well.
Yeah. We have no skill in those, but we can't. There's not much we can really teach her about Lance.
Yeah.
I think. What do we want her to be? Horse or Pegasus?
Well, she'll start with Horse either way.
That's
like
true.
Pegasus is like, yeah, like the Horse is an earlier game class, and the Pegasus is like late game.
We'll start with the Horse then to get her towards that,
I'm getting it.
because she's already going to learn Lance through
I'm
combat.
getting it.
Yeah, true.
So we'll work on her weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we have one left. Which one of these do we want?
I'm thinking Marianne.
All right. Interesting. Could increase sword. But I think we want to focus on other things besides sword.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Could do white magic.
Yeah.
Could do. What sort of classes is she good at in the late game?
I don't know.
I think she leans either White Knight or
White.
There's why does she have sword? I think
she has just because she has a sword. Yeah, her skill goals are right there: sword and faith.
Well, I know she has a special weapon later in the game. I can't remember if it's a sword or something else. It might be sword.
So we want to train her in sword?
Wait. What about Lance, though? Because Lance has those stars. I wonder if that...
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Maybe just faith for now.
just looking at the skills here. But it shows you any skill that they could possibly do, which is all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just focus on Faith, see if we can do anything for her.
Well, she can't be a wyvern person, because that's male only. Gender locked classes.
Group tasks. Alright, ooh. We'll put, oh, okay. I was gonna put, Sylvain and Leonie on the horse duty, but, apparently they don't want to do anything with horses right now.
Yeah.
Guess we'll do Claude and Marianne.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I don't plan on using Lawrence. He sucks. Oh yeah, Marianne does want the sword to go up.
Yeah.
Begin lecture.
Let me ask you something.
I've been trying to win the heart of this girl, but none of the fancy gifts or sweet things I tell her have worked. Do you know any secret dating tricks I can use to win her heart? Try having a deeper conversation with her.
Yeah, okay. I see that.
Got a lot of experience for that.
Alright, class. So here's what you need to know about Yu-Gi-Oh!
We better get to work.
We'll manage.
The horse kicks them both.
Did okay.
We did okay. We did fine. Raphael's birthday.
Thanks.
Flowers. Flower the man. No explorer. Only battle.
We must battle.
Auxiliary battles are now available. How often you can battle is limited by your activity points indicated at the top of the screen. And since we're on number difficulty, there's ones that are available for free. So we can grind.
Yeah.
And there's the spirits. Am I allowed to?
Probably.
Nope.
I heard you mashing the button as soon as that
Yeah, I was
started.
like, nah, this is not gonna work.
Yeah.
It's like if we're going out of the thing, it's not gonna work. Practice battle. Fight. I want Edelgard in Smash Bros.
Oh, that'd be good. She'd have her big axe.
Yeah, it's not a sword user, so everyone could stop complaining.
Battalions are deployed in battle so students can learn how to take command.
This seems like a bad deployment. Backs to the cliff.
Oh, that concept may be new to a loner mercenary like you, eh, Teach? Want me to explain the basics?
I don't.
When hiring a battalion, start by deciding who will lead them. Pay close attention to the battalion type. One may be made up of armed soldiers, while another is all mages. As for who should lead which battalion, well, be sure to think on that carefully.
I won't.
If you deploy a battalion, you can use their special gambit. If you successfully pull off a gambit, you may be able to affect the outcome of the battle, even if just a tiny bit. If you join forces with a nearby ally, there's a good chance that the results will be even greater.
All right.
Well.
Oh, look, we're all in this one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I just took myself out. Battalions. I get Geralt's Mercenaries, Claude gets the Church of Saros Soldiers, and Hilda gets the Saros Mercenaries, and everyone else gets Jack Diddley.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, good enough for me. Items. I have my shield. Got my sword. Got my other sword as well. Claude has his bow.
His bow is looking a little worse for wear.
True. Unfortunately, we don't have any extras yet. Probably could have bought some, but I did not.
Mm-hmm. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll get more bows. They'll be better bows.
Begin the battle. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sylvain's here too.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they expect you to recruit him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay focused.
Immediately go into the trees. Tree time, baby.
Let's get to it.
It's tree time. It's tree time.
Who doesn't love tree time?
Ready and willing.
Let's get the first shot. First blood.
Hell yeah.
Ready anytime.
Nope, not right there. Right there.
Who, me?
I'll put you in the woods.
Leave it to me.
I guess we'll put you in the woods.
I'm
with
on it.
Sylvain as backup.
I got this.
You'll come out here.
I stand ready.
Actually, we'll have you come out front.
Who?
Lawrence
me?
gets to get stabbed in the face.
Yeah. And Hilda is backup.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, Lawrence has two people as backup, so.
Yeah.
Support. Hilda has a battalion, so it doesn't need as much backup. Uh-oh. Okay, this is fine.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That is that.
That is that.
Come on.
We must all do our part.
4 is not bad. I'll take 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good boy. Oops. Little Nosferatu him. Just go for this. Easy peasy.
Hilda! Hilda!
I've never heard that one before. Okay. I've never played with her, so. Alright. Raphael. Finish him. God damn.
Strength in action.
Lorenz. Okay, what? You're just not as good. You just suck. Okay, can't reach him. So in order to finish off this guy, we're going to have to do this. There we go.
It's not luck,
it's fate.
We'll just kick off half your health. Oh.
Ooh, crit.
Crit.
Hell yeah.
Good form.
My favorite thing is late game, where like just every other attack is a crit.
Yeah. Oh my god, you have no idea. Fire Emblem Fates, there's a skill that you can get that it like increases your crit rate by like 30% or something like that.
Ooh.
And then there's also a skill that increases your crit damage by like 50% or something like that.
Ooh.
And you can get them both on the same character through like various means. It's crazy.
Very nice.
You can get these like skill build archers that just snipe from a million yards away and kill. Instantaneous. That game is so busted as far as mechanics go. I really like Fates. I think it's a good game.
That takes care of that.
Hey.
Level 3 Leonie. Nice.
Alright, Sylvain. Do something.
Hook it with the stick.
Be gone.
Be gone.
Be gone, thought.
He is the thought.
Yeah. Lawrence is not looking too hot. He's also low on health.
True.
I put in some work.
You did.
Let's get a heal. Wrong person.
That helps.
That helps.
Lawrence is like bleeding out, and Hilda's got a scratch, and it just to rub salt in the wound, you heal Hilda instead.
Trees.
Trees.
Trees. Who else has to move? Oh, right. This loser. Okay. We'll keep him back for now. He kind of sucks.
If you like girls that carry big axes, this is the game for you.
True. Trees. If you like trees, this is the game for you. I think I'm good. Let them come to us. Let them fall upon our blades. Boom.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
And grow we did?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Oop,
nice.
I skipped it.
And the shot is curved.
Sorry, don't know my own strength.
I wish that Raphael was voiced by Patrick Warburton.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Sorry, don't know my own strength. Absorb them.
Me when I get hit by Nosferatu.
Kill him. Kill him.
Get hit with the boop stick.
Sorry, but victory is mine. Life doesn't always go as planned.
Come
Rip.
on. They're killing me with these. Leone. Charge. You're not going to be able to make it there. But what you can do is stand right there as we do this. Miasma.
Lysithia's gonna die.
Maybe.
She is a bit of a glass cannon.
Miss. Shit. I was hoping one of them would miss and block the other one from being able to doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm still a delicate flower, you know.
Hilda is just murdering.
Yeah. Sure.
How do you like that?
Combat arts. Let's go.
That went as expected. Whoops. Oh.
We really aren't getting anything out of this. We're getting the worst level ups.
As expected.
Oops.
You carried too much.
Yeah, I feel like when you're the MVP, you've done a bad job teaching. Manually. I'm not gonna do it automagically. All right, Hilda. Oh, let's boost that up. Get that level up.
Yeah! Who's the best? I'm the best. Oh yeah! Getting the hang of it.
Praise.
I'm glad I put in some effort. For once.
All right. Knight. I suppose it is a natural career path to heavy armor. Yeah, let's do that, I guess.
I think I got the hang of it. Yeah! Who's the best? I'm the best. That was so helpful. Thanks.
Thanks. Oh, there we go. We got a star in it already. All right, Sylvain.
Oh yeah, he can go Dark Knight route.
Yeah. That might be kind of cool. You want to do it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I usually do with Sylvain.
Fuck it, let's go. We need to get some
that was
magic
useful.
so we can start learning magic on our own.
Yeah.
Wow, I seem to be on a roll.
Got him a star.
There we go.
All right, now who? Everyone else has low energy.
Yeah.
I guess we'll teach Claude. He needs to learn a thing or two.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, we have just enough to put him over the edge on bow, I think.
Yeah, do it.
I learned a lot from this.
There we go.
Yeah, I've got this down.
Hell yeah. All right.
There we go.
That's classes. I think the group tasks are probably... Can I set other people on weeding while they do the horses? I forget.
No.
Okay.
You can't, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah. I guess the other teachers get to do the other tasks. Get to use the other tasks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's begin the lecture. I think we're good with who we've got set. Hilda would like to speak to you. Is now a good time? No.
Hey, Professor. What are you doing daydreaming in a place like this?
None of your business.
It's lucky. As spacey as you are, you're always reliable in a pinch.
You were daydreaming too.
Not as much as you. It's hard to tell what's going on in that skull of yours.
You saying I got a bad skull? Are you trying to do some phrenology on me?
Your expression is always blank. Come on, smile.
I have no thoughts in my head.
I was just playing around. Don't get mad.
No smile, only mad.
By the way, in the next battle, may I focus on logistical support? Off the battlefield, there's no use having a weakling like me in the middle of the action.
Are you fucking kidding me? You just took out most of the people.
She kind of carried that last fight.
If I were killed.
And somehow didn't get MVP.
You're not a weakling.
Have you even seen me, Professor? Look at these noodly little
I have,
hands.
actually.
I have.
I should be cheering everyone on from the sidelines. It'll certainly improve the boys' morale.
You just want to be a cheerleader. Why don't you want to fight?
Because even if I do, I won't be of any help. My big brother is the type of person who's supposed to be on the battlefield.
But he's dead.
For me, it's just a waste of energy. It's pointless. Everyone's cut out for something different. The right person for the right task, you know? Please, Professor. Keep me off the battlefield, and maybe I won't tell everyone you were daydreaming.
Detention.
Yay!
Huzzah. Event. Saint Maquille Day is today. There'll be a hymn recital at the cathedral. Will you participate? Yeah. For sure.
Me. Something appears to be wrong with my throat.
Yeah, it's attached to you.
Singing's okay, but I should really have a cute dance to go along with it.
True. I'm getting that authority. We're gonna get Dorothea.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't so bad.
It's perfect. Oh fuck
I'm
yeah!
beginning to understand.
Did you
Guess
see all
I'm still
those?
growing.
It's fun when you know what you're doing.
Things are fun when they're fun.
I see.
Swarm Z.
I think I get it.
Huh, I'm actually pretty good at this. I'm getting the hang of it.
It's
Goddamn.
all becoming clearer.
Goddamn. We had so many level ups. Or skill ups, I suppose. No. Seminar. Those you select to lead seminars will instruct others in their areas of expertise. Higher skilled instructors grant more skill experience to those who attend. 10 based on whatever. I feel like we should do either Hanuman or Seteth.
Yeah.
I think I want to go with Hanuman.
Yeah, same.
Commence. Because he'll start teaching us how to do magic so we can actually finally use magic.
Yeah.
I think I've got the hang of it.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Whoa.
Birthday, Mercy.
Birthday.
Buy her flowers.
Event.
Hey, Teach. Glad you can make it. We've been waiting on you.
Have you?
It seems the knights have our foes cornered. They are in Xanadu, the Red Canyon.
Xanadu.
It's bandit time? That sounds like real night work. Let's get to it.
I'm itching to put my skills to the test as well. We have to win so Captain Gerald can see how much I've learned.
I thought Gerald wasn't coming with us. Either way, I'll give it everything I've got.
Why is it always Ignatz? It's like, what? Gerald has nothing to do with this. It's always Ignatz.
Yeah.
Even if I go, it's not like I'd be of any use.
Where's Hilda?
That's enough of that. If we don't work together and give it our all, we are doomed to fail. You can
There
be
she is.
pretty intense sometimes, Lysithia. But I agree. Let's do our best.
Your hair.
God, her hair.
Everyone is so eager.
If we fight half as well as we chatter, we'll be fine. Come on, Teach. Lead the way.
That's my job. I am the tactician.
Mm-hmm.
Marketplace. Armory. Claude probably needs another bow.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and get him. Ooh. We're gonna upgrade him?
Yeah?
Yeah, fuck it. It cost us 1/7 of our money, but that's fine.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Money is easy to come across in this game.
Yeah.
As long as you do like side quests.
Also considering giving ourself some other weapons so we can learn them.
Fair.
We'll just do this. goes to the convoy. We'll also get an axe.
While you do this, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Sure. Any of these stuff that we need? No, we don't need any of these seals. Ooh, shields might be nice. Especially for our esteemed noble. Let's get Marianne a shield as well, and Lysithia. I think that's the last one they have in stock, yeah. Those are the ones that really need them. Ooh, battalions would be nice. Oh. And we haven't unlocked the blacksmith yet either. Unit appearance. Nobody else has options? Okay. Not even gonna bother. Support. Oh, we have more supports. Inventory. Alright, let's swap our inventory. We'll swap out this steel sword. Definitely want to swap out that and that. 2 vulneraries is a little much, I think. We'll take that, and we'll take that. A bow would be nice too. Actually, fuck it. Do we want to just get rid of the vulnerary? Go back to the marketplace, armory. Literally just make us a fucking man-at-arms.
I'm back.
Alright. I'm turning myself into a man-at-arms.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Now I have one of everything. Alright, there's some support, so let's do those real quick. Marianne and Claude.
Claude?
Oh, Marianne. Have the gods taken pity on my lost soul and revealed a sign to me? I've been researching the 10 elites of Fodlan, but I can't tell fact from fiction. Anyhow, what can I help you with?
Well, I found this pendant, and I think it's yours.
Ah, right you are. Yeah, honestly, I'd resigned myself to never seeing it again. It's a keepsake from my uncle, who has passed on. If I truly lost it, my grandfather would have had my head. Thanks for returning it to me, Marianne. You saved my tail.
Please, it was nothing. I should be...
No, I think that's enough researching for today. Why don't you join me for a nice chat?
I just came to deliver the pendant.
Sounds awfully lonely to only talk to those whom you have business with. Do you really dislike talking to people that much?
It's just... I never know what to say. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. We'll figure it out as we go. Tell me, are you like this with your father too? Within the Alliance, Margrave Edmund is prone to debate. With a father like that, I would have thought...
Margrave Edmund is my adoptive father.
Oh, is he? I didn't know. Where were you born?
That is none of your concern. I really must be going.
She's hiding something, that much is clear. But that just makes me all the more desperate to know her secrets.
Leave it be, Claude.
The thing about the conversations in this game is like, there's a amount of time that you have to spend building up the relationships between characters that I forget what happened in the first conversation by the time I have the second one.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, they follow a very specific pattern.
Yeah.
Of misunderstanding, continued misunderstanding, acceptance.
Yeah.
Lawrence, at it again.
Hello, Hilda. Are you training too? If that's the case, I may have to revise my opinion of you. Increased strength and skill would serve as perfect complements to your beauty and esteemed lineage.
No, I just left something here. I don't share your tireless work ethic. You're quite something. I don't think I've ever seen you take a break.
When the fate of all the Alliance rests on your shoulders, the rigors of training seem paltry by comparison. Besides, when my admirers see that even an individual of my talent possesses a diligent work ethic, it is sure to inspire them.
I see, but I was wondering... Never mind, you're clearly busy.
That is true, Morphe. This is a good Fire Emblem game.
Oh,
yeah.
Is there something you require? What do you need? There is nothing I cannot handle.
Well, the trouble is, I'm no good at fighting. I'm a fragile young lady, not a fearsome warrior.
Lies.
I didn't even want to join the academy, honestly. My brother made me.
Of course. For a delicate flower such as yourself, no doubt battle must present a terrible hardship.
Shut the fuck up.
It does. It truly does. So, I was wondering if, in the next training session, you do my fighting for me? I mean, I can put on a tough, I'm actually fighting kind of air, but that's not quite enough on its own.
Please, leave all of the difficulty to me. I shall permit no harm to befall you.
I'm so happy. In that case, I'll focus on giving a convincingly soldierly performance. You know, Lawrence, you're a good guy.
Lies.
Not that I'd have expected anything less from a noble.
With each of your foes that I vanquish, I shall only become ever stronger. Yes, leave it all to me.
What a guy. And all I had to do was ask. Maybe I'll have a snack.
She just played him like a fiddle.
Played him like a fiddle against the devil. Water tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we do this mission and then we'll call it.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Xanadu.
The Red Canyon.
Xanadu. Xanadu.
So, we are taking children into battle, are we? I am not certain I will be able to sleep soundly after beholding something like that.
We already did it, Sothis.
I shall allow you to turn back the hands of time. But no, this power is not infinite.
Units. So the one person being left out is Sylvain.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
Unless...
So this is the Red Canyon. Doesn't look red to me. Anyway, let's get things started, Teach. Looks like the thieves have been driven back. That's what we last heard, so no surprise there.
The Knights chased us all the way here?
Chief, let's get out of here. There's no way we can win against them.
Shut your dumb mouth! Where would we go at this point? You can't be a thief if you fear death!
True.
I hear there's a back road to the west. How about we split up and attack from there and from the front? We may be able to corner the enemy by approaching from both sides. In any case, we need to cross the bridge first. I'll leave the details to you, Teach.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for backseating, Claude. No backseating.
Stay focused.
Let's see. How do we want to do this?
Let's get to it.
I guess we'll put... what kind of terrain is this? It's trees?
Thicket.
Close enough.
Yeah. It's like trees, but not as much cover.
Trees-ish. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess we'll just do this. And this.
Who, me?
Just create a blockade.
Ready and willing.
Who, me?
And then we'll move. Again, it's just the same line, but like said
I got this.
completely differently. Who?
I'm on it.
Yeah, the first few rounds of this battle tend to be
anytime.
just kind of boring because it's just you like shoving everyone onto the bridge.
Yep. Cool. All according to Keikaku.
Keikaku means plan.
Ooh. No need to use the steel bow yet.
Yeah.
Never underestimate an outsider. We were taken by surprise last time, but I guess this is what we can expect when battling thieves.
Me when I'm battling thieves. Nosferatu. Finish them.
Be gone.
Be gone.
I had to do it. Don't hate me, please.
Whoa. Alright, Sylvain. Calm down. It's just bandits. And then Lysithia can move right here. That's what I call efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Swords. And a bow. Into the thicket. We'll do lance just for fun.
Predictable.
Predictable.
know we're not actually getting to attack there, but it allows us to create a block where we have supports going. While we get everyone else across the bridge. Not worth it yet. Later. Claude in the rear where he belongs. Shit. Didn't expect them to get to attack twice. God damn.
Rip Leone.
Damn, I'm letting the captain down.
Okay, actually that's very funny that she gets taken out here. Oh, you picked the perfect person to stand right beside, huh? Oh, well, he's not going to take him out in one hit? Damn.
Making my muscles proud.
What a goofball. Get rid of you. No more ya.
You're out of luck.
Sylvain levels up quickly.
I like how this feels.
Okay, we're gonna need to get you to move forward. Kill him.
Sorry, did I hurt you? I was planning to just sit back and watch, but hey, I got one.
Lysithia, do your... Oop, that's not enough. Do... No. Let's go back to this one then. Do your thing. Claude, take him out. Bye-bye.
That's the golden deer for you. Progress suits me well. Experience is everything.
Don't know if we need to right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't moved yet. Fuck it, I'll just move into this thicket here.
And in the bushes.
We stole this treasure. It's all ours. There's no way we're gonna give it up to some knights.
Let's think carefully.
They thought carefully. I'll give them that. Oh my god. Like, that's a huge gambit.
It's time.
I guess it only has a low hit rate, but... Nice. Oh.
What's next?
Awesome. You can tank, I guess. Oh, you can tank too. Get up there. We'll just preemptively heal.
Thanks.
So we don't have another Leone situation?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Die.
Why did they get to attack twice?
Because their speed is so high.
That's not good. I guess you can go get the shit. Get rid of either one of them.
Sorry, don't know my own strength. This is my first real fight. I guess I'm pretty strong.
He really is just Patrick Warburton, but they couldn't afford Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Alright, Lysithia, your turn to kill someone.
This is what I do. There's still a long way to go. A precious opportunity to test my own strength. I won't make waste of your deaths.
What the fuck? Shit.
She is kinda...
spooky.
Kinda dark sometimes.
A little spooky.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll do it this way. I don't know. We have too many support and not enough front.
Yeah.
Can't make it. I guess we'll use the thicket here. Try and lure them. But they still have the arrow guy. And that sucks. We're gonna block off this guy. He's gonna attack us. We're going to heal us.
Well done.
I don't know. Here, I'll do it this way. I guess we'll do that. These aren't swords, so they're not gonna hit us twice.
Yeah.
Now!
Not a gambit. Come on. 50-50. There we go.
Their gambits will never hit us.
Ouch.
Yep. But you know what the cool thing about magic is? It can hit directly as well.
Yeah.
Shit. Fine.
I get things done. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice.
Murder for me, children.
Yeah, I forget. Like,
should have trained better.
This mission is like your student's first time going out and actually killing people, and like each of them has an individual line of dialogue for their reaction to their first murder.
Yeah, but also they already did some murder in the practice
round. Yeah.
Don't hold this against me, okay?
Crit!
Yeah.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
Never underestimate an outsider.
You're really tough.
Damn! They're coming from the west, too! I can't stand these brats!
I love the unique dialogue for when you do things.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Shit.
Whoa! Oh, damn. Nice save.
Oops. Gonna move him forward a little bit while also getting him in range for an assist or whatever. A support.
Huh? It worked out.
Yay.
It's hard to be happy about this.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we'll move our big guy forward. Oh yeah, Ferdinand. Or not, that's not him. This isn't Ferdinand.
No, not
Sylvain.
Sorry, I just knocked over my mic.
I wish I could get over into that thicket, but I cannot. There we go. Next turn. Yeah, fucking hit me with 4 damage. See if I care. I'm gonna hit you with the axe. I'm literally testing out new weapons on you.
Such power dwells within?
Nice.
Get Nosferatu'd.
I can't afford to lose.
Oh, we get to see Mariani's.
Is this power really mine?
Marianne's.
Please forgive me, goddess, and save their souls.
Oh, there's no saving their souls. Guess we'll do this.
Yeah, when I do mission, I like try to get each of them 1 kill.
Yeah, Marianne's a hard one to get. Because she don't do much killing.
Need to get blood on all their hands. Scar all their lives.
Alright. We are literally 1 away from class mastery. We're gonna move around them. Actually, are we even gonna do that at all? Yes, we are. Hell yeah.
It seems I've exhausted this topic.
There we go. Really?
Honestly, kind of bad that we go second here.
Mm-hmm.
We have to
Although
go
I guess
here.
he didn't heal.
Yeah. But we didn't get the heal.
It's not luck, it's
from the
fate.
hit he did.
Hmm.
And then Sylvain's like, I'm catching up.
Yep. Gotta get that cardio in, dude.
Oh, fuck, it's another sword.
Hmm.
Can I? Let's see, it starts right there. Fuck.
Pretty sure you can select the enemies and it'll show you their range while you're not even looking at them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to move into range, even with our big guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it that way, just to make sure. Oh, you're just gonna wait there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, I'll just get ready to attack you from both sides, asshole. And we'll heal too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now you'll really regret your mistakes. There we go. Just nothing. If I move right here, okay, he will activate if I do that. Damn. I was hoping to be able to use the bow on him.
Mm. You can probably take him. He's just one guy.
Yeah. What's the edge of his range? I'm literally at the edge of his range as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the deal? Only by flyers. Okay. So it's not going to protect us. Let's get the sword equipped, since it's our best weapon. No, we'll keep it. You go after me. I can take it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we can... Ooh, don't even need to. We can just do it like this. And take your life off.
Marianne gets the kill.
I guess it worked out.
And now we can start taking pot shots. Bow time.
It can't be. The mercenary from before? So what now? You're pals with the knights? I'll kill you and your pesky brats.
Not from way over there, you won't. Alright, now we move everyone in. Oh yeah, he's on a healing spot. That's fine. More experience points.
can just take all the pot shots.
When the shot is curved.
Sending these brats instead of the knights means they've underestimated me. Big mistake.
Just get over here for support. Just in case.
Appreciate that.
This is a toughie. On what to do. Ooh, support. Ooh, actually, block. No getting through to Ignatz. Let's have Claude finish it.
Do it.
Noble, just die like a good little rich kid.
Being noble has nothing to do with who you are as a person or how hard your life is. Your logic is illogical.
Well, I don't know about that, kid. The echo.
I should have never listened to that idiot. What a mistake.
Hey.
There we go, Claude.
Progress suits me well.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Those thieves ran out of luck when they entered this canyon. They never had a chance. Your leadership was amazing, Teach. Let's leave the rest of this work to the knights.
MVP?
Yeah. There we go.
All right. Get a save. I remember this being a peaceful place.
I wonder why it is that you recall this place. You must be weak of heart. Each time I speak, it scares you so.
You surprised me.
Although the battle's at an end, do not feel too at ease. Well, anyhow, I am quite fascinated by this place. As far as I can tell, this is your first time here.
Still, it feels familiar.
How very odd. I wonder if somehow my memories have... I must admit I am unsure. Beyond the name and this strange feeling of familiarity, I can't seem to remember anything about this place. And yet, a great depth of emotions tied to that sense of familiarity. Like joy and sorrow, pain and love, and all things in between. If I was somehow here before, I wonder what took place.
Teach, what are you doing here? We should get back to the academy.
It is time to depart. But know that time reveals all things. One day I will remember that which I have lost.
True.
Oh, by the way, it seems you've earned my gratitude. The thieves who came here are no more.
Why are you grateful?
I am not sure myself, yet I am grateful all the same. In any case, you must become accustomed to my voice. If you fall down with shock each time I speak, that just won't do. you think you're standing strong? Of course you are. It was a jest.
'Tis but a jest.
Hey, Teach. On the way back, you seemed transfixed by the canyon. Did something happen there?
Actually.
It seemed familiar to you? Huh. Can't say the same. Maybe it's a memory from when you were a child, or from a past life. Anyway, if you can't remember, I guess there isn't really much more to be said. Although, I'll admit, there is something about that canyon that has me captivated as well. How did Xanadu come to be called the Red Canyon? Nothing there was actually red.
Interesting.
So you have safely disposed of those bandits. I pray that their souls find salvation. But why did they target the students to begin with? We must further investigate the true cause of all that took place. Until we know more, I ask that you support the students and relieve them of any unnecessary worry.
Of course.
Good. I have high expectations for you. By the way, how was your time in Xanadu? Legend has it, in ancient times, a goddess alighted upon this world in that very canyon. For a goddess from the heavens, Xanadu could only have been a temporary haven.
The goddess?
Long ago, the divine Seros received a revelation from the goddess, a gift to help guide the lost. The goddess is always watching over Fodlan from her kingdom above. However, in ancient times, the goddess graced this world with her presence and offered salvation to the people here. She is the mother of all life, the arbiter of every soul.
I didn't know.
I see. During your time here, I pray that you come to devote yourself to the teachings of Seros.
I don't know about that.
Lady Rhea, I am sorry to interrupt. There is something I must ask about in regard to those bandits.
As you wish. We shall continue our discussion when next we meet.
A goddess? I have no memory of her. But then, I have no memory at all.
Interesting.
Oh, how bothersome. It is as though I know, and yet I don't. Perhaps Xanadu was my home back when the goddess walked the land. If so, what does that make me now? A ghost?
I don't know.
No, that cannot be. I am most certainly alive. Of course, we also have the mystery of why I'm here with you. Is it somehow connected? Perhaps some past regret is stopping me from moving on, and now I'm forced to stay with you instead. No, that's not it. I can't believe in such a meaningless existence.
Sleepy kid. But also mood. All right. So now this is when we get back to the... No, first we have to do this. Come
Part
on.
1. White Clouds.
Enough cutscenes.
Garland Moon. Mutiny in the Mist. When the warm winds blow from the sea to the south of Adrestia, residents of Fodlan know that the rainy season is upon them. Before the heavy rains take their toll, young women hurry to pick the last of the white roses. The ivory buds are woven into garlands and given as gifts to close friends or potential lovers.
I do like that they took time to like make customs based on the seasons.
Yeah.
Like folk customs and such. That really adds to the world building.
Yeah. Every time I play through this game, I try to pay attention to all that little stuff, but a lot of it just kind of goes over my head.
Professor, I have a new mission for your students.
Oh, do you?
We have received reports that Lord Lonato has rallied troops against the Holy Church of Seros.
Lord who now? Who is Lord Lonato?
Lord Lonato is a minor lord of the kingdom. He's been showing hostility toward the church for some time now.
Ooh, hello,
Lachesis. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Lachesis. We're playing your favorite Fire Emblem. Do I like this game? I do like this game, actually. I think it's probably the worst modern Fire Emblem game, but that's still pretty good.
And I have nothing to compare it to.
The worst would be Warriors, but that's not really a Fire Emblem game.
It's a Warriors game.
Yeah.
A vanguard unit from the Knights of Seros is already on its way to his stronghold, Castle Gaspar. Lord Lonato's army is nothing compared to the Knights. It is quite possible the rebellion has already been suppressed.
Even so, I would like for your class to travel with the Knights' rear guard to deal with the aftermath.
War zones are unpredictable. We do not expect you will have cause to battle, but be prepared for the worst.
Excuse me. You sent for me, Lady Rhea?
I sent for you. What?
This is Catherine. She will be leading the Knights whom you will be accompanying.
Nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you. If you need anything, just ask.
She is one of our bravest knights, and that is no small feat. Only an exceptional few have what it takes to join the Knights of Seros. This mission should prove useful in demonstrating to the students how foolish it would be to ever turn their blades on the church.
I love how she's just like, yeah, well, this mission is to teach all the students that if they ever cross us, we will destroy them.
Yep.
That's the lesson here. Sylvain's birthday. We'll give him some flowers. Oh, beginner exams. All right. Okay. As much as I am loath to do it since we just got a raid, I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yep.
Because we've been going for 5 hours now, and I got museum in the morning, so I gotta hit the hay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Who is online? That'd probably work.
Lachesis is still online.
Yeah, that's what it says. Really weird. I didn't expect that to be the case. Have a nice night, Lachesis. Oh, did it save for us?
I think so, save. But we can't just drop a save.
Yeah, we'll just drop a save real quick. It was so fast. All right. Head over to the chatting scene. Well, I hope you all had a good time watching, even the ones who just got here. If you like what you see, if you think I'm funny, make sure to follow Haru. Follow me too. That little funny button. Exclamation point. Shout out Haru Hayes. What's going on with you, Haru? What's coming in the near future?
Tomorrow is we're continuing Honest Hearts in Fallout New Vegas. And then probably after that, I think I'm gonna start a hiatus. I kind of need a bit of a break for mental health reasons.
Vacation time.
But Yeah, it won't be too long. Probably just like a couple weeks, maybe. But I'll still do collabs. I'll still show up for this, and also on next week, Sunday my time, Saturday for a lot of you, I'll be doing a karaoke stream as part of V Harmony. And it is not archived, so if you want to hear me do karaoke, you have to be there.
Yeah, be there or be square.
So yeah, that's it for me.
That's it. Yeah. As for me, coming up Sunday is the first of all, Saturday there's a new clip coming up. That'll be coming up at going up at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. So check it out sometime tomorrow. It's a funny little clip. It's very little, but it is very funny. So you'll enjoy that. Then Sunday, at 10 p.m., we'll be streaming Sunday stream series. We have a new game we're going to be playing. We're going to be playing Pokéduel, a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red that replaces all the Pokemon with Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. We're doing a fresh save of it. So if you watch the previous version of this game, this is an updated version, and we're doing a fresh save on it. So there's going to be all new stuff going on. So if you saw the previous one, it's going to be new. If you didn't see the previous one, it's going to be all new, so you don't need to worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Then, next week, I believe, we're doing Budget Sealed on Wednesday. I don't remember for sure, but I'll let you know. On Thursday night, I'll be doing a charity stream for Gamers Outreach. They reached out to me, and I'm going to be doing that. And then Sunday night, I'll also be doing a charity stream. So we will not be playing more Pokéduel. Not this Sunday, but the next Sunday after that will not be more Pokéduel. It'll be a charity stream event. So come with your wallets ready to give to kids to help them have games so that they can play while they while away the time that they're stuck in a hospital.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing that helps you heal, because you got to have a way to keep your mind off of the doom and gloom of a hospital.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're interested in supporting me in the charity event, make sure to come by Thursday or Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern time next week. There will be no Friday streams though. I'm off to a convention, so yeah.
Yeah.
But this, yeah. So next Friday, there's nothing going on. I'm off. But yeah, Sunday, Pokéduel. Thursday, Sunday, charity events. Probably Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll probably be playing Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I'm most known for. So probably Master Duel and Duel Links. Maybe one for each day. And yeah. Oh, also, if you haven't checked out the music video for my theme song on my YouTube, !socials in chat. We'll bring up my card. You can find my YouTube where all the VODs go, and all my music videos for the music that I make will go up there.
Yeah.
Additionally, I have other videos that go up there like deck profiles and edited clips and all that stuff. So make sure to subscribe to my YouTube. Follow me on Twitter for funny ha-has. Follow the Facebook for shits and giggles. Subscribe to my Patreon if you want to contribute to me having money. But also, if you want to have early access to some things, I've been posting some things that you get early access to, and only if you're at the $10 and above tier on Patreon. If you cannot afford to do so, please don't. It's fine. Also, you could tip, but the same thing applies. Also, join the Discord. That's where me and Haru hang out. It's also where I organize tournaments from. It's great. Yeah. Anything else?
That's about it.
All right.
Ian's a cutie.
I will see you all in the next one. I'm gonna send you over Oh my god, I just opened up the raid channel area, and Lachesis is in here twice. What's going on? Twitch, come on. I'm gonna send you over to Tac Plays. So if you want to watch some Yu-Gi-Oh, head on over there. Yeah. That's gonna be what I do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, welcome to 3 a.m.
Oh my god, welcome to 3 a.m. I'm not gonna do the live part. I'm just gonna do it after I end stream.
Schoolwork day.
Yeah. All right. When you get over there, be kind and courteous. That's all I ask. Any last words, Haru? Did
I love Ian. Yes, you did.
I love you too. All right. Yeah, that's it then. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to others, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your nights, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.